Please be seated. The motion remains open for debate. I will ask if any other members wish to speak on the motion. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin, for the benefit of those who may be listening and watching, it's useful to point out that the opposition only saw the Premier's SPS and the statement that accompanied it, right at the start of proceedings this morning. So, in terms of my contribution to the debate on this motion, there is very little that I can actually speak to in terms of the promises and the policies that the Premier has set forward in his statement with regard to the tabling of the strategic 2024 to 26 strategic policy statement. But Madam Speaker, I listened keenly to the Honourable Premier and closely followed the many promises he has made again to the Caymanian people. Promises that he says that will be delivered over the next 2 years. Madam Speaker, in some respects, I had a déjà vu moment. As the Premier spoke, I was sure that we heard many of these same promises 2 years ago. Yet, few of them got done. The key question for me is, as I begin this debate, Madam Speaker, has the Premier at last found a way to achieve where he has so far been unable to over the past 2 years? The Premier seemed optimistic, perhaps hopeful, during his delivery, Madam Speaker, and I encourage the Premier to nourish whatever optimism and hope for success that he may have. But he should not overlook his reality. The reality is, Madam Speaker, is that he and the PACT government have sadly been unable to deliver for the Caymanian people what they have promised over the past 2 years. And so the majority of Caymanians are not hopeful or optimistic that the Premier and PACT can deliver for them over the coming 2 years. And I'll return to these thoughts later, Madam Speaker, in my debate. But I do thank the Premier for delivering his government's strategic policy statement this morning. Madam Speaker, we have only just last week welcomed Her Excellency, Mrs. Jane Owens, to these islands as our new governor, and I know that she found a very warm welcome here. I am sure and certain that she will enjoy her tenure as governor. Who could fail to do so in our wonderful Cayman Islands? I appreciate that Her Excellency has a job to do here, and my colleagues and I look forward to working with the governor during her term in office. Madam Speaker, I would like to add that when some local voices express doubts about the relationship between the Cayman Islands and the United Kingdom, I would reassure Her Excellency, that we in the Progressives remain committed to maintaining that relationship, a relationship that we believe brings mutual benefits to the UK and our islands. Indeed, Our national security and economic strength greatly benefit from that relationship, and I pray that it shall long remain so. I would also like to record the appreciation of the opposition for the work done by our former governor, Martin Roper, during his tenure here. The role played by Governor Roper during the pandemic, working alongside former Premier Sir Alden McLaughlin, was essential in keeping the Cayman Islands safe and ensuring that the vital air links to the outside world were maintained. These efforts allowed, as far as possible, the people of these islands to go about their daily lives with some normality. As a serving member of the last administration, I recall well the hard work that Governor Roper put in. Again, I want to record our thanks for what he did personally and the support given to those of us in the elected government as we made those difficult decisions necessary in such uncertain times. Our actions in those early days of the pandemic were crucial for much that followed, including the few deaths that we had, coupled with the many months of almost normalcy. That preparation, alongside the solid financial position that the country was in, provided the foundation for our reopening. But let me return, Madam Speaker, to government's strategic policy statement. Madam Speaker, I started my contribution with an essential question regarding today's strategic policy statement. Has the Premier found a way to pull his team together and deliver on his promises to the country? This question is relevant, given, in my opinion, the chaos and lack of leadership that have characterized the last 2 years. Madam Speaker, the strategic policy statement should represent the collective view of the elected government as to its future direction. It has become the norm for the Premier to present plans and policies on behalf of the government, after which the Finance Minister delivers the financial plans that underpin the policies in the SPS to assure the House that the country's finances can meet the government's planned agenda. And therein, Madam Speaker, lay my first concern with what the Premier has presented to the House today. The Premier is now, after all, also the Minister for Finance, and as such is a one-man show with regard to the SPS, speaking on policy and on the financial data that underpins the policy. So, Madam Speaker, please forgive me if I have questions about whether this SPS, delivered by the Premier, truly represents the view of his entire government. Hopefully, this will become clear to us in the debate that ensues today and in the weeks after. If this government has not bought into the Premier's SPS, and if he cannot lead a united team to deliver on the promises of the SPS, then this is a policy statement based on wishful thinking rather than a coherent strategy. I say this because since inception, it has been clear that the Premier has presided over a government challenged by his leadership style, and so some of his colleagues have in turn challenged or at least regularly questioned his leadership strategy, And so the PAC government has been plagued by internal disunity and factional division. Madam Speaker, everyone in this room knows I speak honestly. No number of motions declaring confidence in the government could hide this reality. Nor could any number of public meetings with government members proclaiming the PAC may have stumbled again, but is now back and still intact. That's all I show this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I would prefer not to be here addressing these issues, I must do so because it goes to the heart of whether the Premier and the government can achieve the promises made to the Caymanian people in the strategic policy statement. Madam Speaker, you may recall that 2 years ago, when speaking to the government's first strategic policy statement, I said to the Premier and to this Parliament then, we on this side understand that even when elected together on a common platform and common purpose, there will always be challenges. But that common platform and purpose usually brings heads together, and through collaboration, there is a resolution. I hope, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the country and the benefit of the Premier, that despite the rumours that abound about the divisions in the government, that they are indeed mere rumours, and that the Premier has been able to bring his team together to achieve the same level of unity and ability to deliver for the benefit of the country as the two progressive governments did. Time will tell us, end quote. And time, Madam Speaker, has shown that the problems that beset the Premier and PACT from the very start have only worsened. This unfortunate state of affairs has been evident to everyone on these islands. It has been obvious to the media, who report routinely on the latest expression of the internal problems that beset the PACT government. Madam Speaker, it has been obvious even to those who take little interest in the political life of our islands. And the Premier has repeatedly sought to reassure the country that things are otherwise. But let's examine the facts, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we see the division in what has become the routine of ministers announcing things only to have to walk them back days later, or to have the Premier step in to correct the record. Madam Speaker, these have fondly become known as the Sewa announcements. You hear a minister on the radio announcing something, or you read reports in the press, and your first reaction is, say what? Then later, the embarrassed minister may mumble an apology for getting it wrong. And I can focus here right now on one example, Madam Speaker, and that is the government's tumultuous relationship with the East-West Arterial Road. The House will recall the then Deputy Premier and Minister for Tourism announcing on radio that they supported the development opportunities in the central mangrove wetlands that could be made possible by building the East-West Arterial Road extension. As the two ministers made their startling announcement, listeners were left spluttering over their coffee when they exclaimed, "Say what?" Regardless of thoughts on the need for this road, the initial disbelief by the public is understandable, given the government's clear policy stand on mangroves. Madam Speaker, this type of development would be so plainly contradictory to this government's and the Premier's declared policy objectives that the ministers must have been aware of it. For a Premier who had declared his government to be in the business of replacing lost areas of mangrove, the idea of building on acres of mangroves and other pristine natural habitats was always likely to have been problematic at best. It is no wonder, Madam Speaker, that some in his caucus still have doubts about his steadfast support for the road. I will pause, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge that the Premier has commented several times that he supports the road being built. He has also said that the environmental assessment would be done by the end of this year, after which the planning and technical work would begin in earnest. But talking is one thing, Madam Speaker, and really taking action is another. And in the view of many Caymanians, the Premier, like others in the PAC, need much improvement in the action department. I will suspect that this will be another important project that will not begin during this government's term. But again, I remain to be proved wrong, and time will tell. Madam Speaker, while progress on the road could be in doubt, the saga of internal divisions has undoubtedly continued. At the end of last month, we read reports of the Honourable Member for Boddentown East, the newly appointed Minister of Border Control, telling his constituents that he intended to bring a motion to this House for sections of the East-West Arterial Road to be built without the need for an environmental impact assessment. He has the support of some of his colleagues in this, and I hear that he even had T-shirts printed. Then the Premier arrived at the meeting to remind the Minister, his colleagues, and the Minister's constituents of the government's commitment to the EIA process. Hearing the newly appointed Minister speak so boldly, the country may ask some questions. Who was speaking for the government? Indeed, Do the Premier and his ministers not talk to each other? Do they not agree on the government's policies and plans before making public statements? What has become of the requirement of collective responsibility for cabinet members? But, Madam Speaker, it has gotten more interesting. It seems that the minister from Bordentown East has been reminded that he cannot bring a private member's motion. And so it is the case he has asked his colleague, the member for West Bay West, to bring the motion on the east-west arterial road instead. And it is seconded by the member for Bordentown West, who has recently left the government. We will see how the votes go on the government bench play out, Madam Speaker. But even if the motion is accepted, it only requires that the government consider the matter. The motion can be ignored by the Premier, by the government, if it wishes. And so, Madam Speaker, these Sewa moments are merely a distraction. The announced ideas never seem to happen and only help to illustrate how out of touch the Premier has become with his government members and they with him. Madam Speaker, there are other examples of the Premier and his ministers pulling in different directions when the country needs to be working together. Madam Speaker, one such example is the acrimony of the split between the Premier and his former deputy. It was shocking, but not totally unexpected, given the fissures within the government that it highlighted. That neither of them was prepared to let the matter rest, and that both were prepared to badmouth the other tells us everything we need to know about the depth of divisions between them and within the government. First came the question of whether there was a resignation or a firing. Then we had the former Deputy Premier reveal that the policy differences he had left the government over included a $2 billion increase, a $2 billion price tag to implement the Integrated Solid Waste Management Solution, Project Regents. I will say more about Regen later, Madam Speaker. And shortly after, the Premier took to the airways to reveal that the former Deputy Premier had been fired over issues of misconduct. But while the former minister's conduct is a concern, the bigger issue is the Premier's conduct in this. Whatever the differences that bedevil the relationship...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
Honourable Member,
I'm sure that a motion that is on the floor says nothing about anybody's firing, leaving, and so I don't know how the member is relating that, because where he gets his information from, I don't know. Maybe he can tell the House more about what he knows rather than making a statement that does not address the motion. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I'm not speaking anything that I think is outside the public domain. But I've made it clear at the outset that I think these things go to the very heart and to the ability of what I perceive to be the challenge that the government will face in implementing and delivering on the promises and stuff that is contained in,
Madam Speaker,
in the strategic policy statement.
Honourable Member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, the member might have something in his mind, but certainly we have orders, in-standing orders, that specifically addresses the scope of the matter, and the matter is SPS, not about anybody leaving the government, and it's certainly not about any member's conduct, and he did refer to that. Madam Speaker, I know that you were talking with the clerk, and I don't know if you heard what I said. It certainly does not address anybody, any minister's conduct. I never heard the Premier talk about that.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, please proceed with your statement, but refrain from making any comments in relation to the conduct of members. Just stick with the scope of the motion, please.
Madam Speaker, I may as well sit down. I know the member would love that. I heard his comment.
Let's continue, honorable member.
No, I'm going about to continue. I just need to get to a convenient point here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the run-up to this strategic policy statement, the Premier has made several public pronouncements seeking forgiveness for the languid pace of delivery on his watch. He has stressed the importance of his midterm review of progress or lack of progress against the government's stated objectives. This review, he says, will provide a platform for accelerating the pace of delivery over the coming 2 years, an increased pace that his strategic policy statement would ignite. Madam Speaker, we know the routine. The confession and contrition are designed to show a statesman-like humility and understanding. Then looking forward to a new dawn is designed to get us to focus on promises of better things to come without digging too deeply into the past failures that have been apologized for and are glossed over. And forgive us, Madam Speaker.
Just 1 minute, please. Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is making statements which I have a couple of issues with. One is he's making statements that I have gotten up before the House or before the public and asked for forgiveness and contrition and an explanation for why something didn't happen. He is going to have to explain what he's referring to, because that doesn't immediately ring any bell with me. But secondly, these suggestions reflect an improper motive. This is not the kind of behavior I would expect, Madam Speaker. He needs to tell me, or he needs to tell this House what statements he's referring to, rather than just getting up and making these sorts of spurious things. He's talked about a lot of things that are completely irrelevant, and now he's going into making statements about things that, again, are purely speculative and suggestive of improper motive to me, anyway.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, one event that I can think of specifically where the Premier did make statements regarding the lack of progress in his policies and government getting things done was earlier in the year was at the Chamber of Commerce. I know that was one event that he made there, but so I share that as one of them in which that I know for one, and I know I've heard it more than once, but I cannot remember at this point what the other occasions were. But there have been statements made publicly over time with regard to us.
Honourable Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And by all means, don't mean to really interrupt the Leader of Opposition, but I stand on a point of order, and the standing order is 36-1. Madam Speaker, you can ask the member to have a seat. Two members cannot be standing at the same time.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as per the standing orders, it talks about the relevance of a debate. It says, except on a motion for the adjournment of the House, the debate shall be relevant to the matter of question before the House or committee. Madam Speaker, the area upon which the Leader of Opposition is going outside the scope of what's been delivered by the Honourable Premier in respect to the government's hopes and wishes moving forward. Now, Madam Speaker, I am not the judge of this committee. You are, and I ask that you take a ruling in respect to what is within the scope of the debate as per the standing orders, because if not, we could be setting a very dangerous precedent to go into other areas of discussion. We know that there's a convention in respect to the debate on the budget where allows that latitude of everything to be discussed. In my young political career, young member as member of Parliament of 6 years, I've never known that latitude to be given in respect to the strategic policy statement, but more so to the budget.
Honourable Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister for Tourism did say one thing that is absolutely correct. We are going down a very dangerous road in terms of shutting up the voice of the opposition, putting in place artificial...
Madam Speaker.
I am speaking, Minister. Please sit down.
Madam Speaker.
Member, just let Member for Red Bay continue, please.
Madam Speaker, this strategic policy statement, which has been delivered in accordance with the Public Management and Finance Act, sets out the broad parameters for what the government intends to do over the next budget period. The motion before the House seeks the resolution of the House to approve those policy priorities, aggregate financial targets and financial allocations as the indicative parameters on which the next two budgets, the 24 and 25 budgets, will be formulated. Madam Speaker, in my respectful submission, it is more than open to members on this side to compare the success and progress of the government over the past 2 years with what is now being promised. It is perfectly within the standing orders and the ability of members to speak to these issues. If not here, Madam Speaker, where will be allowed to challenge what it is that the government is promising? That is the role of the opposition. And if the opposition is not going to be able to debate this, I am going to urge my colleagues for us to pack our things and go down to the radio station and deal with it there.
Honourable Member for Red Bay. Sorry, for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By all means, I stand again on a point of order where the elected member for... Well, Madam Speaker, the member incorrectly suggested that I was saying that we were going down a dangerous road by not allowing the opposition. I never said such thing. I did stand on a point of order in respect to what the standing orders say. But I would like to also say for this committee to recognize that there are other areas within the standing orders that gives the privilege and the right to the opposition to state statements on other matters. So for the elected member of Red Bay, who is a long-serving member of this parliament, who knows that there is different areas for different discussions, that they can have the right to, for example, criticize the government and its unity, no problem. You put a statement before the House. But in respect to the scope of the debate, there are conventions to that, and the honourable member from Red Bay is aware of that, Madam Speaker. we're not stopping the Honorable Leader of Opposition, who represents 6 members of this Parliament, from criticizing or holding account to this government. We're saying do it in the right place.
Honorable members, I do believe in good governance, and whilst members have stood on point of orders in relation to the scope of the debate, I ask the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to continue, but in relation to making references where you don't have anything to support it, if questioned, I'm going to ask you just to withdraw that bit from your statement. But I would like you to continue with your debate.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for your ruling. I did point out at the very beginning that I did not have the privilege of knowing what the content of the Premier's strategic policy statement was, and it would be extremely difficult for us to comment in any meaningful way on it. The only thing I really have is what I've seen and what has taken place in the last 2 years under the auspices of their first strategic policy statement. Nevertheless, I will continue, and I will do my best now to comply with your ruling and finish my speech. And, Madam Speaker, I start by saying I do want to be even-handed, and so before I speak again about failings of the government, I would like to recognize that the government have completed a number of things that were promised at the last SBS. And there are a few, Madam Speaker, that can be ticked off. The point I wanted to make, Madam Speaker, and the problem is that these relative successes tend to be things that would routinely get done by a civil service, left to its own devices, or the fruition of things begun under the progressives-led government. I will acknowledge that since this government took office, routine maintenance projects have been carried out in district centres, roads have been fixed in just about every other district except Georgetown, some new livestock has been added to the islands, and the government has piloted exercise programs for older people, for example. All these items and others are worthy of things that have been done. But, Madam Speaker, they do not require authentic political leadership to get them done. Where major milestones have been achieved, Madam Speaker, many are the product of progressive government's initiatives and leadership. And we should not be surprised that PACT has sought to claim credit for the progressives' achievements, Madam Speaker. As early as their 100-day report, the new administration listed many tangible achievements that were the product of actions taken not by the PACT government, by the previous progressives-led administration. Those included, for example, the 3 good ratings achieved by John Gray High School, Lehman Scott High School, and the Lighthouse School, work on the long-term mental health facility in East End, and the award of Darwin Plus funding for the Department of Environment to undertake invasive species control on the sister islands. And speaking of John Gray, Madam Speaker, last month the new campus was officially opened. My colleagues and I were proud to tour that facility, and the new campus is very impressive. The vocational training facilities, in particular, will provide a springboard into worthwhile careers for future generations of Caymanians. The new campus is something to be proud of, but the House and the country will recall that the project was a progressives initiative. Madam Speaker, towards the end of last year, the Minister for Investment, Innovation and Social Development brought to the House legislation that would provide a new modern framework for financial assistance to those in need. We commended the framework though noting that it needed more real substance. That substance was to be provided in the regulations which were to follow. Once again, the work to deliver this change was commenced by our administration. The only surprise here was that it took 18 months for it to be brought forward, the legislation to be forward, that was being prepared even as we left office. The minister also advised this House in late 2021 that the government was participating in the launch of a new blue-green investment fund. To the minister's credit, he acknowledged that the work on the fund had begun under the last Progressives administration, and indeed, the heavy lifting had been done. We are pleased that the minister took the baton over the line. We would, however, like to know what has become of the Blue-Green Fund and the millions of dollars of investment that were to flow from the fund into projects in Cayman. Did the government actually make the investment into the fund that it had pledged? Perhaps the minister could update us. I commend the work that has continued within the Health Services Authority to deliver new and improved facilities and services to meet the future needs of our people. Their ongoing delivery is the result of the 5-year plan agreed to by the HSA and the last Progressives-led government. Madam Speaker, I hope that the HSA will also continue to progress the work on a new district health centre for Bodden Town. That district is the fastest growing on our islands, and when added to the population of North Side and East End, accounts for over 1/3 of the Caymanian population. Bodden Town and the eastern districts need enhanced medical facilities to meet the needs of their growing population. Such a facility would provide better outcomes for people in the eastern districts that require medical care. This will also reduce the number of people needing to travel to Georgetown for medical care. The Premier has proclaimed the virtues of the recently published Climate Change Risk Assessment. However, he neglects to mention that this research program that yielded that assessment and the funding that enabled it to happen resulted from the work of the last Progressives-led government, specifically the now Deputy Leader of the Opposition, working with the Governor's Office to secure UK expertise for the project. Sadly, alongside the things that have been achieved by PACT, there is also a long list of the things they still need to achieve, even though we have already done the bulk of the work. I mentioned the long-term residential mental health facility just now, Madam Speaker. The facility was due to open in mid-2021 when our last administration signed the construction contracts. I accept that the pandemic caused undue delays in the work, but the PACT 100 Days report I just referred to promised an opening in the first quarter of 2022. Here we are, another year on, and it still needs to be open. The Health Minister reported that she visited the site in February and said there is still construction work to do, but completion was near. She has just said last week, promised completion in June, but what hasn't been said is anything being said about the operational requirements and the funding needed there, such as the recruiting and training of suitable trained and experienced staff and the necessary clinical and family discussions about bringing patients back to Cayman from overseas. In the meantime, the long-standing chairman, he resigned in January to what he described as the lack of progress and lack of engagement at the ministry. Madam Speaker, it's just a few examples of what we see as the delays that are taking place throughout government. And, Madam Speaker, I said earlier I would speak about Regen. There is no more significant example than that project. Madam Speaker, I promised to address this controversy surrounding the project earlier, so I will do so now. Madam Speaker, Regen is designed to provide a series of built waste facilities that effectively end our reliance on harmful landfilling. Instead of going straight to a landfill, Garbage would be recycled, composted, or sent to a new modern waste-to-energy facility that burns all the waste that cannot be diverted to other purposes and creates energy. The energy would be sold to CUC, reducing the need for diesel generation in Grand Cayman. It is safe, it is sustainable. In this way, the project contributes to the goals of the National Energy Policy and the reduction in the use of fossil fuels and greenhouse gas emissions. In short, Madam Speaker, Project Regen has the potential to make the most significant contribution to the sustainability of the Cayman Islands of any single government project that I can recall. Madam Speaker, we had expected that a Premier and a government as keen on sustainability as this one claims to be, they might have embraced this project. But what we have seen right now, Madam Speaker, is that there have been 2 years of endless prevarication. Now, I've heard what the Premier said today with regard to the project, and I am happy that what I see in the SPS would appear to me that the project is going to go forward, but still, we have no indication at this point of when the remaining points that were to be negotiated can be brought to a close, that the project can commence. We are running out of time. Madam Speaker, Premier has repeatedly claimed that the last government misled the country by suggesting the contract was complete and could move straight into construction. Madam Speaker, that is nonsense. We never said there was a fully negotiated contract that PACT could get on and execute, as has been stated in the past. In March 2021, we signed the project agreement, which sets out the key terms that form the basis of the full contract documentation and, crucially, sets out the agreed price. The final details were to be negotiated within the project agreement's framework. Madam Speaker, this is how such complex negotiation and contracting practices work. And that is the reason, Madam Speaker, we hired technical, financial, and legal experts to advise on this project from beginning to end. Madam Speaker, my colleague, then Premier McLaughlin, made this crystal clear at the media briefing held at the signing of the project agreement. No one should have been surprised that there was still much detail to be closed off. But this was achievable in the time allowed if the project had been carried forward at a pace. However, instead of months of negotiation leading up to the deadline for financial close, we got no action at all. Premier told the country himself at the time that he was not working on Regen because it was too complex and his government had other more urgent priorities. We then told him this action was unacceptable as it created real risks from fires as well as financial and delivery risks. At the time of the budget debate in 2021, I said in this Honourable House, it is a complex technical project with a decades-long contract that needs to cover every eventuality. That is why it needs to be given the time and attention the project deserves, not simply left to one side. But it was left to one side. And the fact that financial close by the end of September 2021 was not achieved meant that the project agreement terms had to be renegotiated. Madam Speaker, most crucially, that applies to the price that had been agreed upon. The project agreement signed in March 2021 gave the country price certainty. The cost to build the new facilities was fixed at $205 million, with the financing costs for that being bundled in with the operating costs so that the contract would mean the government paying an average of $163 per ton for garbage processing over the 25-year life of the project. The expected total cost of the contract in cash terms at the point the project agreement was signed was under $670 million. At that point, only minor variations could have affected the price. Madam Speaker, that was the state of affairs as we knew it when we demitted office. The cost of we presented to the country in March 2021 had been reduced through the negotiation period by bringing some operations back into the Department of Environmental Health, including recycling, rather than putting them through the regen purchase contract and paying them over the period. This gave us better value for money and guaranteed the jobs of 32 existing Caymanian employees at the DEH. Instead of the agreed cost we had negotiated, the Premier has recently talked about a total cost of $1.5 billion, more than double the expected costs when the project agreement was signed by us in 2021. Look forward to the Premier's explanation, have him show the reason for how the costs of the project have increased to this point, a mere 2 years after it was agreed. I have no idea today what the final figure will be. However, it will be clear that the cause of any price increases must rest solely with the delays of the pact that they have caused and the renegotiation of things that were previously agreed upon. I sounded this warning very clearly during the budget debate in November 2021. Referring to the passing of the deadline for financial close, I said in this honourable House, whatever new deadline he has established, the Premier should also level with the country about the consequences of the delay that his inattention has created. We know that with any delay comes increased risk, higher costs, and more environmental damage as a solution to the waste problem gets kicked down the road. I have previously asked the Premier to set out for the country the answers to a series of questions about these consequences. Despite his professed commitment to transparency and accountability, he has declined to answer those questions to date. Time is coming, Madam Speaker, where these questions must be answered. The country deserves to know why this project cost has increased so much. I still believe, and the Premier's statement today indicated that that is the case, that provided the increased cost can be afforded, we have little alternative but to press ahead with regen. It is the right solution for our islands, and I believe the Premier finally recognizes that too. The responsible thing for the Premier to do then would be to begin to provide for the increased future costs in his forthcoming budget. And for that, I do recognize what he said today, that he is going to begin and set up a sinking fund into which $25 million, I think, per annum is to be paid into it. Yeah. It is to me to do, and I commend him for it, because at this part of my speech, that is exactly what I was going to recommend, that we set up a sinking fund to which funds are paid, ring-fenced, to refuse to use to fund the country's obligations under this contract. So I commend the Premier for it. The other thing, the issue the Premier keeps raising is that things were somehow left out of the contract. In one sense, he is correct. As I mentioned and was evident at the press briefing in March 21, the scope of the work to be done by DECO in the contract had been reduced. DEH would now operate some new facilities such as the recycling plant. The Premier claimed we had forgotten the sister islands. Well, we had not. Things that could be done in the sister islands would be done there, such as composting. But to get DECO to operate facilities for the sister islands was prohibitively expensive, so we left operations there with DEH. The rest of the Sister Islands garbage would be collected at transfer station and sent to Grand Cayman for processing. We left the Sister Islands out of the regen contract with DECO. However, they were still an integral part of the overall solution that we had negotiated. I note the Premier had stopped claiming we forgot the Sister Islands and has recently shifted focus to say we failed to provide for DEH. Again, though, I reiterate that we gave an expanded role to DEH. An area of the site that was expanded, that earmarked explicitly for DEH operations, for those looking for it, is labeled ancillary facilities on the site map used at the time. In addition, it was agreed by the project team that the DEH equipment could be serviced by the Department of Vehicle and Equipment Services, which removed the need for an entire bespoke maintenance facility for the DEH. Therefore, once again, DEH operations were fully accounted for when the project agreement was signed. Madam Speaker, the director of DEH was a vital project team member, and I am confident that if we were leaving out any part of his operations, he would have been screaming but that was not the case. We believe, Madam Speaker, that the earlier neglect by the Premier to engage with the project was a fatal error, and the subsequent delays have only compounded the problem. You recall, Madam Speaker, I mentioned that the Premier had explained that he'd been willing to ignore the need to focus on regen because he had other more important priorities that needed his focus. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the country might and had a reasonable expectation that we would see progress on those things that he deemed to be more important. He should have been willing to drive forward his own priorities. Taken as a whole, Madam Speaker, the SPS broad outcomes announced by the PAC government nearly 2 years ago included some approximately 230 different commitments made by this government to the people of the Cayman Islands. It is unclear whether some are single commitments or contain more than one target, so I've used the more conservative figure as my best estimate of the number of promises made there. The Premier has told us that he has required his ministers to account for their progress on their ministry's goals over the life of the administration so far. In the run-up to this debate and the SPS, I have tried to do my own analysis, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the ministers would claim that progress is being made on many fronts in the depths of the government administration building, but let's be honest, very little is seeing the light of day. And this is important, Madam Speaker, as it gets back to my central question of whether we can expect the Premier and PACT to achieve what he has told us they will in the remaining 2 years. Again, I could see that progress has been made in some of the government's targets. I mentioned some of those previously. I'll mention some more now. Under the auspices of the Minister of Health, I welcome the HSA's partnership with the Alex Panton Foundation to open Alex's Place to improve access to mental health services for Cayman's young people. I know this will have been close to the Premier's heart too, and we all want to see our young people able to access the care and support that they need. And with that in mind, I encourage the Health Minister to continue that work and to broaden it into a partnership with her colleague, the Minister of Education, to ensure that lower-level non-clinical counselling, advice and guidance is made available to young people so that we might prevent mental health issues from escalating to a crisis level. And speaking of the Minister of Education, we continue to support her commitment to the policy direction she began under our previous administration. Our increasing concern here is with a lack of pace. We see seeing less progress than we might have hoped for. My colleague, the member for Georgetown South, has asked several questions at recent sittings of Parliament designed, amongst other things, to ensure the new national curriculum is properly rolled out, that a renewed effort to drive up the levels of attainment in mathematics is brought into focus, and that technical and vocational training is being properly supported. Her questions in this sitting include a concern for the quality of teaching and the potential benefits of a new governance model for the Cayman schools. I hope the Minister takes these questions in the spirit in which they are intended, not as a criticism to be rebuffed, but a challenge to be welcomed as an opportunity for improvement. The Minister of Education is also responsible for this past government's one genuinely new achievement, and that is the free school meals program. The last Progressives-led administration was discussing school leaves generally and very preliminary way, and I commend the Minister and her staff for the rapid rollout of the initiative. Indeed, so successful has it been that in addition to announcing it as an initiative that had been designed as a project to improve schools, students' health and aid to their, tying my words up. It had been announced as a project designed as a project to improve school students' health and aid their focus on learning. But we've also seen it being advertised as well as a cost of living initiative. All ministers have now had 2 years in office, and by now the country should be seeing the results of the political leadership they have been bringing. And sadly, in many cases, the results are not encouraging. Madam Speaker, the PAC's 100-day report was full of make-work activities carried out by new ministers. But I want to consider, let's first of all consider the Minister of Sports. The special commendation must go to him. The most noteworthy achievements of his first 100 days were holding a strategic retreat, attending some meetings, and delivering 2 sets of remarks. Maybe, though, the weight of his responsibility was home affairs was holding him back from delivering against his other commitments. I have tried, Madam Speaker, but it would be hard indeed to mark any of the Minister's 20 SPS targets as anywhere near complete. Madam Speaker, throughout the course of this debate, we may hear government members jumping to defend their records as part of this debate. I expect we'll hear of meetings they've attended, overseas visits they've made, documents they've reviewed, legislations they've been drafting, consultants they've appointed, strategies they have been preparing, and plans they've been working on. But this afternoon, I would invite Caymanians to ask themselves the question, is all of that apparent effort making any real difference to your lives? And so, what of the Premier himself in all of this? Certainly he will be giving leadership by pushing forward his own ministry's objectives at a relentless pace. At the time of the first strategic policy statement, the Premier made the achievement of a new national development plan, a flagship policy for his government. So important was it that he told the country that he would be driving it forward himself. Little was heard about the National Development Plan for months, despite the Deputy Leader of the Opposition's constant quest for answers and challenging the Premier to get on with it by using the work started with Plan Cayman during the last administration. Indeed, nothing was said for about a year until the Minister of Financial Services was sent to a Chamber of Commerce event to speak on the Premier's behalf. As an aside, Madam Speaker, even back then, there was chatter about infighting because the then Deputy Premier wasn't invited to give these remarks. But I don't want to get distracted. While the Financial Services Minister said nothing about the government's record on his speech to Chamber members, in response to a question about the need for a new national development plan, the Minister did provide an update on the government's progress. The Minister told his audience that he had expected the question and had a short statement from the Premier, who of course had taken over responsibility for preparing the development plan from the Planning Minister. And speaking on his behalf, the Financial Minister told the Chamber it's no secret that it's not quite off the ground yet. Madam Speaker, the Minister went on to tell the Chamber and the country, but with certain events past us now, the Premier is going to be working diligently with colleagues and in caucus to create a comprehensive plan. That answer was given in the first week of July 2023. Unless anyone wants to challenge me, I was there and I heard it. By last week of July 22, the Premier told the media that the new National Development Plan would not be delivered during PAC's term of office. I tell this story, Madam Speaker, because it illustrates the two issues that undermine this government at every turn. Two issues that bring the delivery of today's SPS into doubt. The first is the confusion and lack of coherence among Cabinet and caucus members. In the case that we had here, an unfortunate minister was sent out by his Premier to defend the woeful lack of progress on the flagship policy and told to make yet more promises of future progress, only to find his legs swept from under him just 3 weeks later. And who could blame a minister if you were to get frustrated at being put in that position? The second and most significant issue this episode exposes is that this government is getting so little done. I refer to the National Development Plan as the Premier's flagship policy. That's not my interpretation, Madam Speaker, but his own. Following the election, the Premier trumpeted the establishing of the new ministry, which would, under his leadership, focus on making Cayman the most sustainable countries in the world. He explained this to the House in his SPS speech of 2021, how that would be achieved. He said, most importantly, we are committed to reviewing and revising the National Development Plan, without which we would just be paying lip service to future generations. A year later, he conceded that he had yet to make progress during that year and could not deliver the new comprehensive plan that he had promised. The Premier must therefore accept, not in my terms, but his own measure, that his government is indeed just paying lip service to future generations. As his planning minister at least subsequently identified, there is a way in which progress can still be made, and that is by simply picking up the Plan Cayman process, which my colleague, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, started and championed while in office. Madam Speaker, I say that process wasn't ours. We didn't develop it. It came from within the civil service, a way in which they felt they could be accomplished and put the country in compliance with the development law. But let's just accept, Premier, he has not been able to reach his target to deliver the new National Development Plan, and he has acknowledged that he won't. But surely he must have made progress on the broader sustainability front. But based on the evidence available publicly, Madam Speaker, that doesn't appear to be the same either. Halfway through the term, the best the government can claim, or the Premier can claim, is that he is working on formulating a comprehensive Cayman sustainability agenda. 2 years in, we're still formulating an agenda. We've now got consultants to tell him what sustainability means and how to find ways in which the current government policy is falling short of the United Nations sustainability goals. The other area, Madam Speaker, I wish to touch on is, in fact, a response to the cost of living crisis. The Premier, in recent public remarks, has acknowledged that families and businesses have had to face skyrocketing inflation and a cost of living crisis. He told the Chamber of Commerce in February, for example, make no mistake, this cost of living increase is putting too many families and too many businesses under stress. But acknowledging the reality now will come as little consolation, Madam Speaker, to those who have been suffering over recent months and who continue to suffer as our government has been asleep at the wheel. Their strategy for dealing with inflation has been mainly to pretend it's not happening, at least until we force them to publicly respond. Madam Speaker, when the Minister of Finance presented his budget forecast to Parliament, he told us that inflation would be 3.4% in 2022 and only 2.2% across 2023 and 2025. He reassured Parliament and the country that he was confident that inflation would remain under control, enabled by relatively stable rental prices, declines in transport, and electricity. Of course, Madam Speaker, the government got it completely wrong. Once more, it is not hindsight that allows me to say this. In this House in November 2021, I told the Finance Minister that his estimates would prove wrong and the consequences could prove disastrous. I was right. In my response to the government's budget, I pointed out that inflation in the US was already at its highest level since 1990, at above 6%. I told the Minister of Finance that this would inevitably lead to higher inflation in Cayman. Indeed, I pointed out that there was already evidence of that inflation in our grocery stores, at the gas pumps, and on our utility bills. Finally, I warned the government that inflation often hits our society's poorest and most vulnerable the hardest. As costs rise due to inflation, so too must government support. That was November 2021, Madam Speaker. Rather than learning from this catastrophic blunder, Premier and the former Minister still tried to wish the problem away. The 2021 Annual Economic Report, published by the Finance Minister and the ESO in August of 2022, forecasted a rate of inflation for 2022 of 7.9%. Yet, the Ministry's own figures in the CI Consumer Price Index report, published in July 29, 2022, already showed that inflation was running at 12.1% for the first half of 2022. To recap, one report published in July had a high of 12.1% at the end of June 2022, yet a report published in August was projecting that inflation by year-end 2022 would be 7.9%. At the end of September, the Minister finally caught up with what had been painfully evident to the rest of us for at least a year. And so the government's first quarter economic report, issued in August 2022 finally adjusted the inflation forecast to 10.1% for the year end. In the end, Madam Speaker, we know that inflation rate for 22 averaged 9.5%. Much of that general rise was caused by considerable leaps in the prices of groceries, clothing, gas, housing, and utilities. In short, Madam Speaker, all the things that Caymanians need to spend on every day. Even as general inflation started to ease at the second half of the year, the data shows a staggering 14% increase in the cost of groceries year on year to the end of 2022. This begs the question, why has it taken this government so long to recognize a crisis going on all around them? This represents, to me, a failure of the government. Madam Speaker, I see it every day in the cries and calls I get from constituents and non-constituents looking for help and assistance. Government, in my mind, collectively were blind to the evidence in front of them. They were deaf to the warnings that I and others had given them, and they remained silent on what, if anything, they might do to mitigate the impacts of ever-increasing prices on families and businesses. It has only been the actions of the opposition that have forced the Premier and his government's hands and got them to face up to the cost of living crisis that was gripping the country. Madam Speaker, during the session of Parliament last June, the ESO released data confirming that the inflation was reaching 11%. In the absence of any word from the Premier or the then Minister of Finance about the crisis and how government might respond, the former Speaker allowed me to ask an urgent question, asking what the government intended to do about the looming catastrophe for families and businesses that these inflation figures represented. I not only asked what the government would do, but offered several suggestions as well, Madam Speaker. Those who watched that session of Parliament will recall that it took the Premier several hours, closeted in a meeting room with his colleagues, to come up with an answer to that question. And to be truthful, the answer he gave us that evening was inadequate, and he returned the next morning to give more fulsome answer. It is clear then to me that the government had not understood the pain that was being felt in households across the island. And they obviously were not prepared for the crisis that had enveloped everyone else. I do welcome the short-term assistance with the electricity bills that the government had given households and other measures finally put in place since the summer. Many of those measures were suggested by the opposition, and they were supported by us. Every member here today will know that runaway inflation has caused real hardship for households and actual harm to businesses across our islands. In that context, every member here must also recognize that the packed government's response has been woefully late and woefully inadequate. This failure is particularly irresponsible because prices on items being imported rise. As prices on imported items being rise, the government has been earning more revenue on import duties from those higher prices. And everyday families and businesses are paying even more. Even property tax prices have risen significantly, making it harder for young Caymanians to buy land or a home. Yet, the government has sat on a motion brought by the member for Georgetown West and Georgetown South to reduce the overall level of stamp duty for Caymanians buying property to 5%. That would save Caymanians $2,000 in duty for every $100,000 in property cost. The motion also called on government to increase the amount on which first-time Caymanian property buyers would pay zero duty to $200,000 for land and $500,000 for houses and apartments, and for amounts in excess of that, 2% duty. There was a provision, too, to assist Caymanians joining together to invest in real estate. The motion was accepted unanimously. Madam Speaker, and would quite some way to help ease the housing burden for first-time buyers. I freely acknowledge it would not and could not solve the housing crisis or issue, but it would help in a very meaningful way. But here we are, 9 months later, nothing has been done that we're aware of, and many Caymanians have missed out on this. More broadly on the economy, Madam Speaker, the government has highlighted the jobs numbers, which they say are a sign of economic recovery government has overseen since the pandemic. Once more, I am willing to give credit where credit is due. The achievement of a Caymanian unemployment rate of 3.6% should be a cause for celebration. But I say should be advisedly, Madam Speaker, because if we look at the figures published by the ESO in a bit more detail, we can see that the garden is not as rosy as we are being led to believe. The headline Caymanian unemployment rate of 3.6% in the fall 2022 labor force survey represents a significant reduction from the rate of 5.1% in the spring, given in the spring of 2022 survey. Yet, surprisingly, the survey also shows that in fact there were over 200 fewer Caymanians in work in the fall when compared to the spring survey. You might find it as surprising as I did, Madam Speaker. To see a significant reduction in the employment rate is not, as you might have assumed, because more Caymanians are working. I'll say this again, Madam Speaker. The reported employment rate has fallen, but as the ESO reported, 200 fewer Caymanians are actually working. So what's driving the apparent reduction in unemployment in the fall report? That certainly needs an answer, Madam Speaker. The ESO data also shows that Caymanian labor force fell by around 550 persons between the spring and fall survey. So while there were fewer Caymanians in work, there were also fewer who had said they were unemployed. And because the unemployment rate is calculated as a percentage of the smaller workforce, the reduction is actually quite dramatic. Clear as mud, Madam Speaker. But there is another level of intrigue to this, Madam Speaker. And the question is why has the size of the Caymanian workforce shrunk by some 550 people in 6 months? Are people really leaving the workforce, or is something else going on? The ESO report suggests that the working age population is actually falling at the same time as the overall population is still increasing. There may be answers somewhere in the ESO data, Madam Speaker, but I could not readily make sense of what I perceive to be a conflicting trend. And I fully accept this may be my lack of understanding, and I don't suggest in one way, shape, or other that figures are being manipulated, so no one please ascribe that to me. However, I will reach out to ESO to seek their help in understanding what I perceive to be a conflicting trend. But what is of concern to me, Madam Speaker, is of those Caymanians in work. The labor force survey shows that there has been a massive jump in those who are categorized as underemployed. 1,344 underemployed in the fall survey compared with 905 in the spring survey. That's an increase of nearly 50%. Now, I don't know the reason for it, but I say it is of concern that you have that many who are underemployed. There may be some seasonality in it, I don't know, but it is worrying. I should add that the proportionate increases in the underemployment of permanent residents and non-Caymanians are even greater, Madam Speaker. That is also a concern that needs to be investigated. So I ask the question, what's really going on then in the economy? And I fear that this level of underemployment represents Caymanians and others being forced to take whatever hours they can get to work in order to be able to buy groceries, pay their utilities, all about things, just the common things we do for living. And that probably is the reason why we continue to see so many calls and people seeking assistance. Madam Speaker, what it does underpin and suggest as well is that there is an urgent need to review and complete and uplift the minimum wage. And again, I'm glad to see in the SPS that there is an outcome there that is seeking to address that issue. It is long overdue. I accept that it is. I truly regret that we did not complete that work, but if I remember correctly, committee was established and had taken steps to start to gather data and begin deliberation, but I don't think it made very much progress in getting to the end and developing a recommendation that could come to the government. And I see that they have now, government has gotten around to appoint a committee to examine the issue, and that they do expect a report. I believe it is in June. But let me return, Madam Speaker, to the question of what's going on in our economy. Stayover tourism is seemingly doing well, but clearly we do have challenges that remain, where we're not back to the level where we were pre-2019 in 2019. Cruise tourism, however, according to what the minister has told the country, will continue to decline, and it will continue to bring less dollars into the coffers of the government. Past revenues from property transactions are helping to fuel the government surplus, but anecdotally, we are hearing of development projects that have been put on hold due to risks and uncertainties caused by the government's lack of directions. Several ministers, I also recall, have also noted their own concerns about a potential slowdown that is coming in the development sector and the negative impact this could have on employment and government revenues. The government recently published financial results showing that the revenue on property transactions is 10% lower in 2022 than in 2021. The detailed analysis indicates a $22.1 million surplus on property transactions against the estimates at the year end. The mid-year results indicated that there was a $17.5 million surplus against estimates. This suggests to me, Madam Speaker, that the bulk of the additional revenues were earned in the first 6 months of the year and then slowed down in the second half of the year. Granted, there may be good reasons for this, but nonetheless, taken together, these two trends might imply a slowdown in the market in the second half of the year. What we should be doing is asking the question whether there are problems in the construction, looming in the construction and development sector. If they are, we should be drawing up plans to mitigate the risk. What are they doing? I asked the Premier if he would address these questions in his wind-up. The weight of increased costs due to the high inflation, Madam Speaker, also remains a concern. Madam Speaker, government recently reported about the billion-dollar government revenues, but they have not said how the government will help relieve some of the economic stress that the Premier acknowledges is being held by households and businesses. I repeat again what I said in this House in November 2021, Madam Speaker, that inflation hits our society's poorest and the most vulnerable the hardest. As costs rise due to inflation, so must government support. And so let us, in the next budget, increase the assistance given to those now receiving the $950 ex-gratia assistance. Let's be bold. Let's put it to $1,500. For most, this is their only income, and they are barely getting by today. What I've recommended here is about the same percentage increase as we did when we were in office in taking it from $550 a month to $950 a month. So in my thinking, it is something that I think is achievable. You see, Madam Speaker, while we see that inflation might be moderating or declining, it only means that costs are rising at a slower pace than they were previously. It does not mean that prices has come back down or that they will come back down. In fact, history tells us they won't. It is unlikely, highly unlikely, that the prices of everyday goods and services, including food and housing, will return to where they were in 2020. So, one of two things must happen. Everyone is going to have to adjust to the new realities of the prices we pay, or businesses and even government are going to have to dig deeper to find to pay employees more for the service and the work that they provide. Recent news from the US indicates that the slowing inflation rate of inflation primarily reflects the impact of lower fuel prices, which has been declining sharply since the peak of June 2022. Energy costs dropped 6.4% over the past year. However, the annual food index is still up 8.5% in the US over the last year. And Madam Speaker, we are already seeing that oil prices and prices of fuel are starting to rise again to new peaks in the United States with the recent production cuts in OPEC countries. I suspect that when the ESO publishes their next set of inflation numbers, we will see a similar trend here. Government cannot fix inflation that we import. But there are ways to give people some much needed relief. And so I again urge the Premier in the next budget to temporarily remove the duties on fuel, whether used at the gas pumps or by the utility companies. That gives some real relief. Then if he doesn't believe or if he thinks it's a bad idea, I would welcome hearing other solutions that the government might put forward and to assisting those who are so desperately feeling the pinch of inflation. My colleagues may speak more on the traffic situation, Madam Speaker, but I am disappointed with the slow approach by the member who had responsibility for transport. The new minister responsible for transport, the member for Northside, has sensibly continued the plans of the past administration regarding road work, and that has benefited his reputation for action. But again, Madam Speaker, the roadworks plans he is completing began under the now deputy leader of the opposition. We shall see now how well he does with regard to the task of modernizing public transportation. And though I remain disappointed at the government's refusal to consider any of the proposals put forward when the traffic issue was last debated in this House, the report prepared under the previous administration is there for them to consider nonetheless. We wait to see how swiftly the minister moves forward with any plans to relieve traffic. The member for Red Bay has filed a private member's motion that we believe can help with this issue. That is for the government to consider requiring private schools to utilize school buses like public schools. I look forward to hearing the debate during this meeting. The increased level of crime is a real issue in our communities, and this too needs attention. No excuse about the governor being responsible for his security removes elected members from also bearing some responsibility for in the eyes of our constituents. And let's remember, we hold the purse strings. We must use whatever means of persuasion that we can to influence positive results regarding security for all who live on our islands, including increasing resources if they are needed. There are other looming issues of concern to our islands, Madam Speaker, that need more than promises to act. That is what we saw from the last SBS, Madam Speaker. No one can say. Let me go on to mention a few of those looming concerns that affect an important and fast-growing part of our population. That is Caymanians over the age of 65. According to the 2021 census, the number of over 65s in the Cayman Islands population has nearly doubled in just a decade. These are our parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and neighbors. Indeed, the generation that built our islands. If we are lucky enough and we all get to that age someday, some of us here are already close to it, including me. And so the issues that worry those over 65 will one day affect all of us. What are some of those worries? Madam Speaker, we know that the current pensions regime needs to be reviewed and a new direction taken to deal with the needs of retired Caymanians. Most of our people will unlikely have enough of a pension to live comfortably in retirement over the course of their remaining lifetime. This is an issue now, and it will only get worse. The pandemic has certainly made this much worse and brought it to the fore. We need to hear what the government is planning to do about tackling it. But I note that they spoke about reviewing the pensions legislation. Health insurance regime is also a concern, with insurance companies focused on serving younger people in good health, not older retirees. What is government contemplating to assist elderly Caymanians on a fixed income pension to obtain quality, affordable health care in their retirement years? It needs considering and may need a somewhat radical solution in order for it to work. And Madam Speaker, I have to say, within the past 6-8 years I've been in this House, I have seen, and we see it almost with increasing regularity, the number of people who no longer are able to afford healthcare coverage because of the increased cost. Whether the people will even be covered. The insurance company routinely reject them once you get to a certain age. And the only thing available to them is the standard health insurance contract. And Madam Speaker, we know the inadequacies of that. We hear it and see it all the time. Sickness in old age can financially cripple a family. I've seen it happen. Not just the elderly, but also the extended family who may be caring for their elderly. A recent newspaper article reported that in the Caribbean, cases of dementia are expected to increase 150% by 2050. Cayman is no exception. Madam Speaker, dementia is an increasing health problem in our islands, and we need to focus on this as keenly as we are on preventing and treating heart disease, strokes, and cancer. There is also a huge need for facilities to help care for dementia patients and for the aging. Are these health issues being looked at by the government, particularly by the Minister of Health and Wellness? I hope to hear from her with regard to what her plans are with regard to these issues. And so, Madam Speaker, we have much to look forward to if the Premier and his government are going to deliver on this SBS. And we'll have to wait and see over the next 2 years how much they are able to achieve for our people. But I asked earlier whether the actions of this government were making a difference in the lives of Caymanians. That is surely the yardstick by which a government is judged. And it is not just my proposed test for this packed government. In this message at the start of the 2021 statement, the Premier wrote, "We are committed to improving the lives and welfare of all our people. It is our mandate and what all of our broad policy outcomes are aimed at." I asked the same question as I started when I set out with my debate on this policy statement. After half the term is over, do you feel better off? Has your life and your welfare been enhanced? And are you confident that the PAC can put aside their differences and that the Premier can be allowed to lead his team to achieve in the next 2 years what he has not been able to do so in the first 2? Madam Speaker, as the saying goes, the buck really stops with the Premier, and I know he accepts that. In my contribution, I have acknowledged that there are some achievements in the credit column of the PAC government. Individual ministers may perhaps believe they might have achieved more over the last 2 years had there been strong support. Were there a government that was united and working together? Madam Speaker, there is a warning common on most modern investment projects that past performance is no guarantee of future returns. However, Madam Speaker, in most walks of life, we recognize that unless something fundamental changes, the best predictor of future performance is the past. I wish the government and hope that they are able to transform these policies now in this strategic policy statement, that he's able to translate them into what is a very coherent and purpose-driven budget that will allow the government to deliver on these projects, deliver on their commitments, and to deliver on their policies. Madam Speaker, the challenges that face the country are far too big. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover of the motion wish to exercise his right of reply? Sorry, on the member for Georgetown South, I didn't notice that you had indicated you wanted to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to respond to those parts of the Premier's strategic policy statement which concerns education and social affairs. And I will begin, Madam Speaker, by thanking the Premier for sticking with the policy direction on education taken by the Progressives during our last 2 terms in office. For too long in this country, education has been a political football. Successive governments chopped and changed policy direction. New initiatives were introduced, then abandoned. The instability that created meant teachers were unclear about what they were expected to do, and the result was that our students suffered. The last 2 Progressives-led governments finally brought some much-needed stability to the education system and some real vision for improvement. Minister Rivers put in the hard yards during the first term to update the legislation and to establish baselines for improvements in schools. During the second term, Minister O'Connor-Connolly implemented a series of reforms that built upon Minister Rivers' foundation. Those reforms included the changes in the national curriculum and improving the pay and training of teachers so that Cayman could recruit, retain, and develop the high-quality teachers that our students deserve. I am delighted, Madam Speaker, that both the Minister herself and the policy direction we put in place have been maintained by the PAC government. I say that not simply because this sees the continuation of the Progressives' policies, but because there is very clear evidence that those policies were working. Let me highlight the position as we left office, Madam Speaker. By the end of the last round of school inspections, there were no longer any public schools in the Cayman Islands graded as weak. When we began this process, the baseline assessments carried out under Minister Rivers found that most public schools would be placed in special measures were they in the United Kingdom. In our high schools, in particular, there is strong evidence that our schools are getting better. That is the key to long-term improvement. The round of inspections of our high schools carried out by the Independent Office of Education Standards Inspections in the spring of 2021 found improvements in all 3 of our public high schools. Both John Gray and Lehman E. Scott Senior High School in Cayman Brac have achieved a rating of good, and Clifton Hunter also improved, raising its rating from weak to satisfactory. While these improvements are the results of a lot of hard work by staff in our high schools, the consistent pattern of improvement demonstrates that improvement was happening as a result of the Progressives-led government's program, not just as a result of ad hoc actions by schools. Improving schools were also delivering improved results, Madam Speaker. In April of last year, the Ministry of Education released their data report for the 2020-2021 academic year, the final year of the Progressives administration. In the report, as well as telling the story of that year, the ministry looked back at the trends in performance over recent years. Looking across a range of indicators for the level of attainment of our 16-year-old students at the end of year 11, The report found clear trends of improving performance over a 5-year period. Again, that trend of improvement indicates that results are getting better because of the systemic measures that successive progressive-led governments put in place. So, Madam Speaker, a positive picture overall. But as we now look to the future, Madam Speaker, there are genuine concerns, causes for concern, and I believe these must be addressed by the Minister as a matter of urgency. I am sorry to say that the Premier's speech on the strategic policy statement did little to reassure me that he understands what is necessary to push forward the improvements in education. In his speech in response to the Premier, the Leader of the Opposition suggested that some ministers may be being held back by the lack of leadership that characterizes this government. I wonder if that has been the case in education, Madam Speaker. Maybe now that she has assumed the mantle of Deputy Premier, the Minister of Education will be able to exert more influence and ensure that school improvement gets the focus and resources it needs. I certainly hope that her new duties do not become a distraction from what she needs to get done in her own ministry. For today, Madam Speaker, I want to highlight the 3 key issues that I believe the Minister needs to address most urgently. As the Leader of the Opposition highlighted, Madam Speaker, I point these out in the spirit of constructive challenge, and I trust the Minister will see them as such. Now is the time for the Minister to redouble her efforts in the budget discussions that she will be having with the Premier. She must ensure that she secures sufficient new resources to tackle at least these 3 interrelated issues: school improvement, the quality of teaching, and improving levels of attainment, especially in mathematics. Across Cayman's public primary schools, we need to ensure that the initial momentum we saw in the drive for improvement is picked up once again. Inspectors noted that in the most recent round of inspections, 11 government primary schools maintained an unchanged satisfactory rating. Only 1 government primary school improved its rating over the period as the Joanna Clark Primary School went from weak to satisfactory. That is totally unacceptable. We all recognize that the recovery from COVID and the introduction of the new national curriculum across primary schools were factors that disrupted progress, Madam Speaker, and we all can concur with that. In the circumstances, maintaining the satisfactory rating might in itself represent something of an achievement. But both of these issues are now past. But we must now ensure that the pace of improvement is picked up once more. We have rightly set an ambition that all of our public schools should be rated good or better. Indeed, the Minister and I both campaigned on a manifesto at the last election that sought to achieve that milestone in the lifetime of this Parliament. Is the Minister still committed to that target? If she is, what is she doing to reinvigorate improvement activity? I have pointed out previously some of the systemic changes that will enable further improvement. One of those is the necessary reform of governance arrangements for our public schools. This was something that appeared as part of the first PAC strategic policy statement, but has not been delivered. I have tabled a question for this sitting, Madam Speaker, asking the Minister to update the House on her plans. I look forward to hearing her answer in due course. But systemic structural change is only part of what must happen next. Indeed, Madam Speaker, from a ministry perspective, perhaps it is the easy part. Such changes only really help if we can improve what is going on in the classrooms, where learning actually happens. What then must we do to see the necessary improvements there, Madam Speaker? There is one significant clue from the inspector's work that illustrates what is necessary. The inspectors found that the quality of teaching in primary schools, in particular, is not improving fast enough. As we consolidate the introduction of the new national curriculum in primary schools, we must ensure that the quality of teaching improves alongside it. As I said just now, Madam Speaker, support for teachers so that they could improve their classroom practice was the centerpiece of the last Progressives government's approach. I am not clear that this is still true of the current government strategy, and yet it must be, Madam Speaker. The most important factor in improving levels of attainment in education is to improve the quality of teaching. I urge the Minister to redouble her efforts in that regard. Similarly, while the Ministry's last data report showed an encouraging overall improving trend in results, a closer look at the data shows there is still much work to be done. To remind the House, Madam Speaker, the expected national standard at year 11 is the achievement of 5 or more level 2 subjects, including mathematics and English. While there is a clear trend of improvement in the achievement of the national standard, the rate at which this indicator is improving needs to increase significantly if Cayman's schools are to be regarded as delivering the quality of education that their students, our students, deserve. Students need to get to the standard level, including achieving the necessary levels in English and math, if they are to maximize future job opportunities. Those core skills are vital, not just for the digital industries that are held up as being the future for our islands. They are important skills for jobs in retail, in tourism, and in a range of service jobs. And we know from what employers tell us that too many high school leavers are still not sufficiently skilled in those core disciplines to be as successful as we all want them to be in their future lives. The single most important thing we could do would be to drive up levels of attainment in mathematics. It is clear from the data presented by the Ministry that the key issue holding back overall performance is the key base rate. Key is the low pass rate for mathematics. Improving mathematics attainment levels would improve both the level of national performance and the life chances of our students, of those students concerned. I raised the issue of mathematics directly with the Minister through questions I have asked in this House, Madam Speaker. I have been told that action is being taken, but it seems to me that there is still not a clear and consistent focus on the issue. I have previously publicly challenged the minister to develop and implement a new national strategy for mathematics. The individual actions that the minister has previously pointed to will not achieve all that is necessary without such a comprehensive strategy. Madam Speaker, I know firsthand how much hard work has gone into improving Cayman schools. I can attest to that. I've seen it from the minister herself, from her ministry team, from the DES and the OES. Most of all, I have seen it from our school leaders and our teachers. But now is not the time to take our collective foot off the gas. The evidence of improvement that we saw resulting from the last Progressives-led government should not be a cause for complacency now. If we fail to keep up the momentum for change, we risk our schools slipping backwards once again. And I don't think any of us over on this side or over on the government side would want that to happen. It is a small thing perhaps, Madam Speaker, but I want to raise one thing that I think may indicate that there is not enough focus on driving improvement in the ministry. Madam Speaker, here we are at the end of April, and when I checked at the start of this week, I found that we are still awaiting the data report for the 2021-2022 academic year. These reports should be instrumental in driving improvement across our education system. They highlight where individual schools should look to raise standards, and they indicate where more is needed from the ministry, both to challenge and to support schools. If we wait until we are just about to start the next set of exams before we release the analysis of exams taken the previous year, we are always going to be behind the curve. I fear this failure illustrates the lack of urgency that I have been talking about, Madam Speaker. I would urge the ministry to accelerate their analytical work and publish their data report in a more timely fashion in future years. Perhaps more importantly, I would encourage the ministry not just to publish the data, helpful though that is, I believe they should also publish a comprehensive response to the data that sets out what they propose to do to build on areas of strength and tackle areas of weakness revealed in the data. In that way, Madam Speaker, the ministry would address my concerns about pace directly, and they would reassure the country that every effort is being made to continue to drive up educational standards and improve educational attainment for our young people. Madam Speaker, that is what our country needs. That is what our young people deserve. I would like to now turn to financial assistance for those in need. Madam Speaker, as my colleague, the Leader of the Opposition, indicated in his remarks at the start of this debate, we on this side of the House recognize that the PAC government has, in recent months, made a significant step forwards in terms of social assistance. I refer to the passing of the Financial Assistance Act last October, which went some way towards creating a modern, fit-for-purpose legislative framework for future welfare provisions in our islands. The Progressives' opposition supported that legislation when it came to the House, and the minister deserves praise for steering this important legislation through. We understand the complexities of the work involved. I recall the occasions in the then government caucus when the former member for Prospect, as a councillor at the time, would update us on progress with the necessary work to create a new financial assistance program on which he was leading on behalf of the government. What the councillor described showed that the myriad of legislation that governed the approach to social assistance in Cayman was hopelessly out of date. There was no consistency between different laws over things like eligibility criteria, for example, while some of the requirements placed on both the applicant and the staff dealing with them were unnecessarily bureaucratic and cumbersome. An overhaul of that legislation was therefore essential. The work to complete that task was well underway when the pandemic struck. At that point, it was inevitable that all the attention of the relevant civil servants in the Needs Assessment Unit and elsewhere was rightly focused on meeting the immediate need for relief rather than on long-term reform. It was therefore left for the new minister to get that work over the line, and as I have said, we welcome the resulting legislation. We were, in truth, a little critical of the 18 months that it took after taking office before the legislation was presented. However, I understand that for the NAU, the additional work associated with the pandemic had a long tail, and that perhaps the delay was understandable. What has surprised me, Madam Speaker, now that the new Financial Assistance Act is in place, and I think the leader of the opposition mentioned it earlier, that it's taken so long to put the regulations in place. The House will recall that the legislation we passed is only a framework. The detail that will guide the operation of the new framework in practice will be set out in regulations. I had assumed that one of the good reasons that might lie behind the delay in bringing forward the legislation itself was that the regulations were being worked up in parallel. That would have made sense, Madam Speaker, as it would have allowed for swift implementation of the new Act. However, here we are, 6 months on from the passing of the Act, and it seems that no regulations are in place. The bill we debated listed 14 sets of regulations that Cabinet needs to pass to give real substance to the changes that the bill envisaged. They covered everything from eligibility criteria to the categories of assistance to appeals procedures. The scale and breadth of what is not included in the legislation itself was clearly immense. Madam Speaker, this underlines the need for transparency and scrutiny over what is to be dealt with via regulation. I hope the Minister will bring forward the necessary regulations as a matter of urgency, Madam Speaker, and that before they are passed by Cabinet, the draft regulations will be subject to consultation. The Minister, when he was Deputy Chief Officer at the Ministry, will have heard my colleague, the former Premier, say that the purpose of reform of social assistance should be to ensure that government gets the right help to the right people at the right time. We welcome the passing of the legislation as a necessary first step, but we must now be clear how that new legislation will help drive forward a more efficient and effective social assistance operation. I would therefore ask the Minister what specific objectives he has set for the new department following the commencement of this legislation, so that we can determine whether the framework he has put in place is achieving what was intended. Is the Minister also willing to publish monitoring data to inform us and the country as to whether the objectives he has set are being met. Of particular relevance in light of the SPS's financial projections is the Ministry's ability now to secure the investment necessary to support improvements in the operational effectiveness of the new department the Act established. Madam Speaker, the key to achieving the objective of getting the right help to the right people at the right time is not just to change the legislative framework for social assistance, but to invest in change in the administration of the new framework.
Honourable Member, we have reached the time of 4:30, and I have received notice that it is the wish of members that the business of the House continue beyond this time. Can I have a motion for the suspension of Standing Order 10.2? Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise to move the suspension of Standing Order 10.2 so that the business of the House may continue past the hour of interruption.
The question is that Standing Order 10.2 be suspended to enable the business of the House to continue beyond the hour of 4:30. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. Please continue, member from Georgetown South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members across this House will be aware from their constituents of the problems that are experienced in trying to access assistance when it is needed from the NAU, as was the new department as it is now. Those difficulties cannot simply be blamed on the staff in the department. Rather, they occur because the systems and processes that were operated in the NAU are out of date and are now inefficient and ineffective. When in government, we put in place temporary improvements in the NAU during our term, but we're cognizant that the introduction of the new legislation would be the time to invest in major change. Will the Minister now commit to driving through the necessary changes so that the new department can deliver the real objectives of social assistance with efficiency and effectiveness? At a minimum, the required investment should include ensuring the re-engineering of all processes to be used in the new department so that as the new legislation comes into effect, those processes are lean and efficient. That must be tied to investment in new IT that enables better accessibility for claimants and recipients, more efficient processing of claims, automated payment of approved claims, and better management and control. On that subject, Madam Speaker, thanks to work begun by the previous administration, the NAU was able to launch an online application portal at the end of 2021. I am aware that that online application process is not for everyone, and that in particular, for those who are struggling financially, it may prove more difficult to get online. However, the intention behind the creation of the portal was to make the process easier, and that over time, this would benefit more and more people. I have not seen any data from the Ministry or the Department on the take-up and effectiveness of the portal for applicants. I hope the Minister might be able to share some information with the House on trends in the usage of the portal and whether applicants are finding it helpful. Finally, the last vital component of driving through the changes that are necessary is a comprehensive training program for all staff so that they fully understand the new legislation and regulations, and so that they can operate the new processes and IT systems effectively. I believe that as a former senior civil servant in the ministry, the Minister will recognize the value of the suggestions I am making. I suspect that I do not really need to tell him what is necessary. However, I am conscious that the Premier himself now holds the purse strings. And we know, Madam Speaker, that this PAC government has not always been able to hold together the internal discipline it needs to discuss and agree collective priorities. My purpose in being very specific in this public forum about what it will take to improve Cayman's financial assistance system is to press on the Premier the need to loosen those purse strings and to ensure that the budget proposals that I expect the Minister to be bringing forward in the coming weeks are supported and properly funded. I want to give some further credit to the Minister, as I am aware that the current budget for 2022-23 included money for process improvements that would be made by the NAU. During last year, I noted the introduction of the continuation certificate for those clients whose long-term disability means they are likely to remain dependent upon financial assistance. This is a worthwhile change, and I welcome it as making a positive difference for some in our community who find themselves in the most challenging of circumstances. Having dealt with those issues relating to the work of the Ministers of Education and of Investment, Innovation and Social Development separately, I want to close by raising an issue that concerns both of them. That issue, Madam Speaker, is early years support. I have previously raised questions with the Minister of Education about the development of the early years curriculum and the provision of nursery and reception classes. I was pleased that in response to my questions, the Minister was able to point to progress. As in so many cases, this work has built upon what was achieved by the previous Progressives-led governments. Under the last government, in September 2019, the Department of Education Services introduced a pilot nursery program for 3-year-olds at Creek and Spot Bay Infant School. The focus in that pilot was rightly on the emotional and social development of young children. And I'm pleased with the SPS today that on one of the outcomes, improving education to promote lifelong learning and greater economic mobility, that the Minister or the Premier is proposing increasing and strengthening early education programs by establishing nurseries at East End Primary School and the Edna Mall Primary School. So obviously, that pilot program in Creek and Spot Bay must be working and is a positive proposal or pilot program. However, it is obvious, Madam Speaker, that such development is influenced by more than just what happens in an educational setting. We must therefore look beyond the Education Ministry, and I urge the two ministers to commit themselves to working together and with their colleagues to produce a comprehensive government-wide strategy for early years development. It requires leadership from both of them, since such a strategy needs to address support for families, not just provide more places in schools. All available international evidence highlights the central importance of early years development to a child's subsequent learning and future achievement. We do not want to see government taking over the responsibilities of parents, but we all know that many families need more help and support. Without a comprehensive approach, the effectiveness of the one-off actions taken within education is limited. So, Madam Speaker, will the ministers commit to this Honourable House and to this country that they will bring forward a comprehensive cross-government strategy for early years development? The Leader of the Opposition explained to the House that by his own measure, The Premier's dithering and lack of leadership mean that he is simply paying lip service to future generations. The leader's remarks, of course, refer to the Premier's failure to make progress with the new National Development Plan, which he has promised his government would deliver. I recognize it is for the Premier to establish the government's priorities. In my view, however, if he wants to stop paying lip service, the best lip service the Premier could do for future generations of Caymanians is to give them the best possible start in life, Mr. Premier, Madam Speaker. That should be the purpose of the new early years strategy I have described. Madam Speaker, in the absence of any leadership on this issue from the Premier, I urge the Ministers of Education and Investment, Innovation and Social Development to develop and implement that strategy as a matter of priority. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to make my contribution to these two most important subjects, which are education and social development. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Before I continue, just want to remind members of Standing Order 32.1 in relation to standing when a member wishes to speak. I just want to ensure that I don't overlook a member. So if you wish to speak, please don't just turn your mic on, but actually stand, and then I will call your name. Does anyone else wish to speak? The Honourable Member for Bodden Town West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during my years of school in New York, when I first arrived there, I was reminded of a story where there's this Italian immigrant who, when he was in Italy, dreamt of going to America because someone told him that the streets in America were paved with gold. When he arrived in America, he found out three things. One, the streets in America were not paved with gold. Two, the streets in America were not paved at all. And three, they expected him to pave it. Madam Speaker, I'm going to start out first by putting certain things in context. Because at the end of the day, we learn in accounting very early that they say revenue is vanity, profit is sanity, but cash is reality. In short, Madam Speaker, it takes cash to care. Simple as it is. I can't make that any more clearer. You can have the best intentions as a government and as members of this honorable house, but if you don't have the cash, you can't care for your people. It's that simple. Madam Speaker, I actually had a long time to think about this SPS. And the remarks I have today, I would say is influenced by my wife this morning. When I was leaving, she came up with a lint brush, and she was brushing the suit off, and she said to me, "Chris, be nice." She noticed I was wearing the red tie. And normally, colleagues would tell you that whenever you wear the red tie, it's normally because you expect to speak, you want to look good and everything, but of course I wear the red tie today because we were taking the Parliament photos, and everyone knows the significance of this red tie to me and my late father. Madam Speaker, before getting into my remarks, I want to clarify a few things that was actually said by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. I think while well-intentioned, I think it would be irresponsible of me to allow those statements to have gone unchecked. Madam Speaker, I want to make reference to, actually I did take a picture of it so it's easier. I want to make reference to the forecast that the government was working with. And Madam Speaker, I say that in light of the fact that none of us in here have a crystal ball. And I have seen firsthand during my 2 years being part of the Park government, the hard work that is done by the Economics and Statistics Office and the team that they have. I do recognize that when we do receive these forecasts, it is not always as accurate as we would like it, but nonetheless, they can only make the forecast based on the information that they have at the time. And I say that to say, Madam Speaker, I went back and I looked at the 2020-2021 budget that was actually delivered in this honorable parliament by the Leader of the Opposition and then Minister of Finance. And in that budget, Madam Speaker, I'm going to give you the forecast that was used by him at that time. For the Cayman Islands, they were projecting a consumer price index inflation rate of 3.1% for 2019, 2.5% for 2020, 2% for 2021, and 1.8% for 2022. So I say that to say, Madam Speaker, that the former Leader of the Opposition, who was Minister of Finance at the time, presented to this Honorable House a forecast of 1.8% inflation rate for 2022. That was the information and the forecast given to him at the time, and that's the information that he presented to this Honorable House. So of course, we all know now that the 2022 inflation rate was nowhere close to the 1.8%. Now, do we get up and we throw away the good work that ESO has? No. Why? We have just seen recently that Janet Yellen, the President's own Treasury Secretary, has completely got inflation wrong in the United States. And we have seen, at the time in which you're putting together your numbers, you don't factor in wars, you don't factor in these different issues. And we do have to recognize that the world that we live in is a different place that we are than it was back then. Of course, they even had economic growth back then of the Cayman Islands projected at, for 2020, 2.3%. Of course, we all know what happened in 2020. The economy contracted by over 5% because of COVID. So I say that to say, Madam Speaker, is you will not always get these forecasts right, but I want to publicly thank the team of the Economics and Statistics Office, led by a very competent director, in the work that he has done. And I do not believe that at any point that they would try to mislead this government or any previous government based on what it is that they have done. Equally, Madam Speaker, I think the record can actually show if there's one person who has spent a lot of time even challenging ESO numbers, would have been myself. And I draw reference to even after the 2021 election, and we were looking at even the vaccination rate of what the Caymanian population would have been. We decided to go to a target of 71,000. I remember the then honorable member from Red Bay basically saying that that number was too high, and if the population turned out to be 71,000, he would have bought us lunch. I have not gotten that lunch yet, but of course, the census proved that the population was indeed the 71,000. So I say that to say, Madam Speaker, that you can only make decisions based on information you had at the time. Now, one of the things, Madam Speaker, and again, the Leader of the Opposition would understand this, when we look at the pre-election, the pre-election economic forecast that was done just prior to the 2021 general election, it said that the government would have had a deficit of $98 million for the year. Of course, when the government came in at the time, they realized that included in the forecasted expenses, or rather not included in the forecasted expenses, was $35 million of additional stipend. So the real challenge you're looking at is not just a 98 million deficit, but rather 133 million in deficit. Naturally, that would give anyone pause. I can say to you at that time, it actually gave me sleepless nights. And one of the things that we came up with to really control costs was to put in a policy where any expenses above $5,000 had to be approved by the minister. And as members of this honorable house would be aware that in Finance Committee, the funds allocated are actually allocated to the minister. It is the minister that has to come down and give account for the funds that is given to him. Some ministers I know looked at it very carefully. I can tell people for a fact, I know that Minister Bryan went through his accounts line by line every single month. He's one of them, don't care where he was, even if he was traveling. He took the time out to call, all my numbers looking, how is this, no surprises, and so forth. I can say the same for Minister J also, in terms of going through his numbers. So it is a lot of ministers going through their numbers and a line by line to control that cost. At the end of 2021, Madam Speaker, the deficit was 133 million. It was a 98 million. It actually came out to $15 million deficit. Equally, Madam Speaker, the pre-election forecast said that the country would have had a deficit of 59 million or 58 million for 2022. I can say to you that the government didn't have a deficit of 58 million. It actually had a surplus of 47 million. So in essence, Madam Speaker, in both years, the first 2 years, the government beat the forecast by over $100 million each year. And if you look at those years in totality, it would have been over $200 million, where it came in better than forecast. So, Madam Speaker, I say that to say this, is that before you can even start looking at policies, the first thing you need to do, Madam Speaker, is to figure out how you're going to pay for these policies. As I said before, it actually takes cash to cure. Now, Madam Speaker, I can tell you up front that the forecasted results, and I'm looking at the numbers, are numbers that I would say would give me pause. I guess when we go through the detailed budget, we get a better understanding of what drives those numbers. But I can tell you initially off the bat, I am concerned about the numbers. I am concerned, Madam Speaker, in terms of the level of expenditures within the country. And again, we'll get a chance to dig into that when the budget comes later this year. But what I can say, Madam Speaker, is this. And again, I'm going from memory, and as the Leader of Opposition indicated, we only received this document today. It's quite an extensive document, so you pretty much will have to debate on the fly to some extent, which is fine, because the standing order actually don't allow as much reading, so I don't really mind having this discussion, having contribution to this debate in the environmental front that we have almost been paperless to some extent. But, Madam Speaker, I want to say this. When we look at pre-COVID in 2019, the full financial year, the government had total expenses of $701 million, and they had roughly $862 million in revenues and roughly about $160 million in surplus. But the number one to take away from that, Madam Speaker, in 2019 is the $701 million. Naturally, in 2021, when the government came in, we're still in the COVID, there was still massive amount of assistance being given to a lot of people within the country, the displaced tourism workers, and so forth. And as a result, Madam Speaker, the total expenses in 2021 was $978 million. Again, I'm only going by memories at this point, so I don't want anyone to throw my phone off a little bit. But in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, in a 2-year period, total expenses in this country went up by $277 million. Naturally, again, that in itself would be a concern. In 2022, Madam Speaker, total expenses were actually reduced to $973 million. So it came down by $5 million, and the target at the time before my departure, Madam Speaker, was roughly for $950 million this year. I see that the amount now is about $975 or thereabouts. So again, we'll wait until the budget to get a much better idea in terms of what is driving the numbers. But I want to say this, Madam Speaker, is this. If I look at the total government financial activity between 2018 and 2022, that 5-year period, government increased total expenses by $301 million, and government increased revenues by $183 million. If you were to take that 5-year run rate and map it over another 5 years, over a 10-year period, you're talking about revenues of $360 million and expenses of $600 million, creating a shortfall of $240 million over 10 years. None of us know what the world will look like in 10 years. One of the litmus tests, Madam Speaker, that being imposed at the time that I look forward for is what we call maintaining positive jaws. In a nutshell, Madam Speaker, what is positive jaws? It is when your percentage increase in revenues are greater than your percentage increase in costs. So in other words, if you have your expenses growing faster than your revenues, at some point, it will overtake it. It's just a matter of time before it will overtake it. And for countries around the world where that has happened, unless you find oil like Guyana, it'll be very difficult to reverse that trend. I say that to say, Madam Speaker, and again, just going by memory, if I look at the government revenues from 2021 to compared to 2020, government at the time increased revenues by about 20% and increased expenses by 14%. So there was still a positive 6% in that regard in terms of positive jaws. If you look at 2022 compared to 2021, Madam Speaker, government increased revenues by 6.1%, and cost actually was reduced by $5 million. So again, there was a differential of 6% in terms of positive jaws for both 22 compared to 21 and 21 compared to 20. That's the trajectory that you want. If I was to look at the previous government, just comparing 2018 to 2019, during that period of time, the government actually had increased revenues by roughly 3% and increased costs by over 6%. So it was trending in another direction that you actually want. And I say this to say, Madam Speaker, is that don't care what plans you have. As I said before, it still requires cash to care. And when I look, Madam Speaker, at page, I think it is 46, hold on. Sorry, I get the right page here. Sorry, page 51 of the compliance with principles for fiscal, responsible for fiscal management. 2026, Madam Speaker, scares me. First of all, we need to maintain a debt service ratio that is below 10%. In 2026, we'll be at 9.9%. And then we also need to maintain cash above 90 days. By 2026, we're at 90.1 days. I say that to say, Madam Speaker, one emergency, one major hurricane, one disaster, one anything, this is sailing very close to the wind. And it will prevent future governments from moving forward on any major things being this close. Madam Speaker, again, I'll wait until the budget to really drill into these numbers to get a better understanding. To give credit where credit is due, Madam Speaker, and again, I'm going by memory so they can always double check it. When I look at the PPM's last 2 years in office, to give credit where credit is due, they had roughly $260 million, taking the COVID part out, they had roughly $260 million in surplus, and their total capital and equity spent was $165 million. In short, Madam Speaker, they financed their capital and equity injections from surpluses. And again, give credit where credit is due. That is the right way in which to finance anything. You'd basically do it with your extra money. Recognizing, Madam Speaker, that after the 2021 elections and the COVID and everything else, and Cayman definitely had their own challenges. If I look at 2021 and 2022, during that period of time, looking at a 47 million surplus for 2022 and a $50 million deficit for 2021, the combined surplus was actually 32 million between those first 2 years. But the capital and equity spend was over $300 million during that period of time. So again, Madam Speaker, it comes with its own challenges in the sense of we're no longer financing capital and equity with surpluses, which is part of where we were prudent before in the past. I look at this SPS, Madam Speaker, and I think the total amount of surpluses as actually budgeted during the SPS period is, one second, I made a note of it here. Yeah, it is roughly, let me see. I add up all of those years. Hold on there. Let me find it there. Yeah, there we go. We're looking at a surplus of 77 million for 2024, 98 million, and 103 million. So that's roughly just about 200 and something million dollars, probably about 250, 260 million of surpluses thereabouts. Yeah. Equally, Madam Speaker, we're talking about 300 million again of capital and equity injection. So once again, Madam Speaker, we have seen over this SPS period that the total amount of surpluses being generated does not cover the capital and equity. So it means, Madam Speaker, if you are spending on capital and equity and it's not coming from surpluses, it means you're taking the money from savings. And again, Madam Speaker, when you start to factor that in, we're now going down a road that makes it very difficult and unsustainable. Madam Speaker, members of this Honorable House and the public would have seen the press release that went out concerning the government financial performance for 2022. We're $1.021 billion in revenues. The surplus was $47 million. Now, Madam Speaker, that was one of the press releases that I could not find the right words at the time to send that message out, and that's the reason why that results wasn't posted when I was there as Minister of Finance, but the new Minister of Finance, Honorable Premier, sent it out. My pause, Madam Speaker, that gave me the most in that $47 million surplus is that when you break down how it came about, 45 million of that 47 million surplus, Madam Speaker, was largely better than expected stamp duty collection and better than expected work permit revenues. In short, Madam Speaker, 45 out of 47 million was basically selling Caymanian jobs and selling Caymanian land. And that in itself, Madam Speaker, is something that is unsustainable. Equally, Madam Speaker, when you drill into the 2022 numbers, what is not lost on me is the fact that the customs or the revenues that we collect from customs, we didn't hit that target. And as you know, Madam Speaker, our tax base is largely consumption driven, which kind of indicated for the first half of 2022, it was running around 17% above what it was the previous year. And in the second half of 2022, you saw the slowdown. So it basically indicated that the effects of inflation was beginning to take place. Or you can start seeing it where the consumption rate started going down, the custom duty had fallen off the rate that it had from the previous 6 months before. So it basically says that we're looking for that, I don't want to use the word slow down, but we're looking at where people are being a little bit more, not as spendthrift as they was before. And again, when you do look at it and you break it down, people do have less money to spend. I mean, interest rates alone, Madam Speaker, is a challenge. I mean, I've known people whose mortgage payments have gone up several $100s per month. that in itself is a challenge, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, when you talk about future-proofing, there is a conversation that we need to have in this House, and that's to be an honest conversation. And I encourage every member in this House to go back and look at an exercise that Bermuda did back in, I think, 2013, thereabouts. And it was called, they set up something called the SAGE Commission, Spending and Government Efficiency. And Madam Speaker, it looked at the different structures within the entire Bermuda economy. It was a very honest discussion that they had amongst themselves. And the truth of the fact is, Madam Speaker, it did not paint a pretty picture. That is one report, Madam Speaker, that I use as a basis when I get elected from 2017, in the sense of to look for those red marks or those red flags that had happened in Bermuda to make sure that we don't repeat them here in Cayman. And I say that to say, Madam Speaker, when you look at long-term sustainability, we have got to brace ourselves for this fact. We have seen the United States, and Madam Speaker, I want to make this point. When you talk about countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and those places, these are countries that have the ability to turn on their printing presses and print money. They can just crank it up once they got ink and once they got a cotton paper, that money can run. We do not have that luxury here in the Cayman Islands, Madam Speaker. And this is the reason why we have got to be prudent and why we have got to be responsible. Madam Speaker, we have seen the world take aim at the United States for export inflation. As many people know, the U.S. is the reserve currency for global trade around many of the world. And about maybe 60% of the countries around the world use the U.S. dollars as their reserve currency. Cayman is no different. Right before our very eyes, Madam Speaker, we are seeing the de-dollarization of the U.S. as a reserve currency. This is not something that we can just push down the road. It is something that we need to be conscious of in the sense of what our currency is going to be look like and what the future is going to be look like. Equally, Madam Speaker, we have seen the U.S. in a situation right now where they themselves have been battling with trying to control inflation. And they've been raising interest rates like crazy. Of course, because our dollar is pegged to the U.S. and the majority of deposits in our banks are U.S. dollars, our banks here follow suit. Here's a challenge, Madam Speaker. And I want to say to members and those in the public listening, I want you to look at a website. It's called Shadow Stats. And what that website does, Madam Speaker, it looks at the government data and it keeps it steady, because what has happened in the U.S. is that you have gone out and you have seen, in some cases, they would change the market basket of goods. Now they're even talking about super core inflation. They basically do certain things to manipulate the data that comes out. And one of the things when you look at that shadow stat that jump out to me is, I think 1980 was the last time the U.S. had a massive amount of increase. I think interest rates went up to about 20%. The problem then, Madam Speaker, is that even though the U.S. interest rate went up to about 20% back then, the total U.S. government debt at that time in 1980 was just under $1 trillion. The problem you have today is that you're talking about $33 trillion worth of debt. And if they drive those interest rates up too much, the federal government itself may have their own challenges in terms of even servicing their own debt. And by now we would have seen, and the world would have seen, the constant war or the constant battle in the United States Congress every year in terms of raising the debt ceiling, and the promises that have been made even for the last speaker to get there in terms of raising the debt ceiling and all that kind of stuff. So I say this to say, Madam Speaker, is that this is a currency that our currency is pegged to. And we need to make sure that we put the proper plans in place, that if whichever way the world is going, at least we are future-proofing ourselves in that regard. These are things that we cannot ignore, Madam Speaker, that are going on in the global economy. Equally, Madam Speaker, the normal trend used to be As soon as the U.S. raises interest rates, it normally used to result in lower oil prices. The world that we're living in today now with OPEC and OPEC Plus is that as the U.S. raises interest rates, you see OPEC start cutting the supply. As a result, keeping the price keeping the price high. And there is no suggestion at this point, Madam Speaker, when you look at the challenges that even Saudi Arabia has, which is one of the largest members of the OPEC group, in terms of their and their own survival, they themselves have decided, you know what, every man for himself and God for us all. I say that to say, Madam Speaker, is that the days of cheap oil is over. And if there's any time that the Cayman Islands need to start looking at renewables and reducing dependence on fossil fuel, it has got to be now. Because this is not going to change anytime soon in the world. That's just the reality of what it is. You know what I mean? So I would like to see when the budget comes out is more money or more investment being made. Because right now, Madam Speaker, we spend over $200 million a year that leaves this country just to pay for oil and oil-related products. If we can find a way to reduce our dependence and keep that $100 million, at least cut that in half, that's a lot more money going into our own local economy, and more importantly, more money being saved in our people's pockets. I mean, so those are the kind of things that we want to see more of in terms of happening from that standpoint. But, Madam Speaker, one thing that I want to touch on before I move off from this subject, dealing with money and everything else, is the structure that we have in this country in terms of how we structure mortgages and everything else. And, Madam Speaker, if people go to the CIMA website, gov.ky, and look at the statistics for the Class A banking and converting from US to CI, you will have seen, and this goes up to, the last information they had was up to June last year. And just looking at the domestic, that's on residential, homes and everything else, the total amount of deposits that we had, which we say is local deposit, was equivalent to 2.37 billion CI dollars. I used a conversion rate of 0.84 that they had on the website. And the total amount of loans that we had was 2.42 billion in terms of residential. Again, this does not include commercial loans. This does not include government loans. This is just personal residential loans. $2.4 billion. Now, Madam Speaker, some of that loan I know as a fixed rate, because some banks out there have offered a fixed rate product for a maximum of 5 years. The challenge that we have, Madam Speaker, and this is where the structure really have to change, and I'm going to say why we do need a capital markets in Cayman, to have that amount of loans, even if it's 70% or 75% or 80%, subject to interest rate movements, and we have seen the massive increases in a short period of time that has even led to bank foreclosures in the U.S. himself. It is something that is now unsustainable for an economy of this size. To have $2.4 billion, have an increase of 4 or 5% interest on it in less than a year is a challenge. That's just reality. And I say that to say, Madam Speaker, we are in this position because we have what people refer to as a mismatch between assets and liabilities. In short, Madam Speaker, banks will go out and lend you money for 25, 30 years. There is no deposit for 25 or 30 years to match that loan. So in short, Madam Speaker, the bankers in essence take on something they refer to as liquidity risk. In other words, they have taken your liquid cash and turned it into something illiquid, which is a mortgage to lend to someone. Most of those are overnight deposits, maybe a 1-year deposit, where maybe even 5-year tops. But either way, they're taking short-term money and lending out long-term. That in itself creates a risk within itself. In the United States, they don't have that problem. And the reason being because most people can go and get a 15-year fix or a 30-year fix. I can use my cousin as reference where she has her mortgage, and despite all of these interest rates going up, her mortgage payment has not moved. Why? Because she locked in at a 30-year mortgage at 3.whatever%, so she's unaffected. Whereas the new guys who coming in would want to buy a house or to do something, they'd be affected, and that's part of the Fed's plan to, quote-unquote, slow down inflation. Part of that. Madam Speaker, we need to sit down and we need to have that honest conversation in terms of how long are we going to be leaving the Cayman Islands at risk, especially in the sense of mortgages and so forth that drives the local economy. That is something that we need to have an honest discussion on, and that is one of the things that I hope that between now and the budget, that the government would start looking at ways in which they can start putting little things in mind, little things in place. We have heard people talk about even bringing back the pension money and so forth, and so forth. I mean, there's some long-term money right there. Again, you see what kind of financing that would be. But, Madam Speaker, the long and short of it is that in the U.S. and most places, the mortgage market is backed by the bond market. There are times we have seen interest rates in the U.S. have gone up, and even mortgage rates have gone down because the bond market has behaved differently. But the point I want to make, Madam Speaker, the one takeaway is that this is too much money to be subject to interest rate shocks. We need longer-term financing so that at least when a person gets a loan and they know the loan is fixed for 3-4% or whatever, it can be fixed like that for 15, 20, 30 years. And that is where we need to start looking at having a capital markets. Madam Speaker, the other issue that we need to speak about, and when you do look at the inflation rate itself, the CPI, roughly 49% of it is driven by housing and transportation, or in essence, fuel. We need to look in terms of what we can reduce our dependency on that, and we also need to look at in terms of putting in, because mortgage alone, Madam Speaker, housing is 35% of CPI. So like I said, leaving that much, and especially looking at the amount of loans that we have subject to that kind of interest rate shocks, right now for where we are, this is something that we need to look at carefully. The other issue, Madam Speaker, that we need to look at also is in terms of food security. Now, I know the Minister for Agriculture has been doing a hell of a job in terms of trying to open up more markets in Central and South America to the Cayman Islands. Many people tell it made no sense that these ships be passing Cayman going up to the US and then we going up there to go buy from them. So this is something I know that he's progressing well. I know that's something he's excited about. And just earlier today, he was even giving me an update in terms of some of the stuff that's being worked on. So I think once the government gives them the support, that is something where we should see some improvement. And of course, it will also still depend on the local supermarkets willing to go and buy produce from that regard. So again, Madam Speaker, between now and the budget, and as we're going through that, with the throne speech and everything else, this is the kind of future-proof, and I believe that we need to look at where Cayman is concerned in the sense of our own long-term stability, our own long-term viability. We're no longer that island that time forgot. My mother, God bless her, I love her to death, would have seen the population of this country when she was born probably double 3 or 4 times during her lifetime. For me, I probably say it probably would have doubled maybe 2 or 3 times before God probably called me home or whatever. But I say that to say, Madam Speaker, is that we need to be concerned with the level of the population that we have and that we want growth. And which brings me, Madam Speaker, to the next point I want to touch on, is our dependency ratio. Earlier on, the leader of the opposition spoke about Cayman's aging population. The truth of the fact is, Madam Speaker, if we look at Cayman dependency ratio right now, and just for those listening in the public, in essence, it is the part of the working population that takes care of the non-working population. So normally look at people, I think, less than 15, 16, older than 65, and then we look at just the working age population that we have. As it stands right now, we would have a dependency ratio of around 32%, which would seem normal compared to other countries. However, Madam Speaker, if we were to take out the expatriate population or the non-Caymanian population from that number, we would have a dependency ratio of more than 50%, which would make us one of the highest in the world, or simply put, one of the worst in the world. Now, we have, based on the last census, we saw where the Cayman fertility rate has gone to 2.1%. So it shows at least we have a growing population in that regard. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, it is still a transient society. And we need to make sure that when we build a foundation for long-term Cayman, it is one that takes into consideration those future shocks. Because the truth of the fact is, Madam Speaker, and I won't preempt the motion that I filed in terms of health care, but it is something that we're going to need to have a real, honest conversation with. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to serve notice right now. Maybe not be the political correct thing to do, but this is something I expect to be at least start to be looked at by the time we get to the next budget. And that has got to be the government's overall spending on healthcare. Madam Speaker, again, going from memory, when we had looked at even the HSA's overall numbers, we realized that from a revenue standpoint, the HSA collected 30 million of non-government revenue per year. 30 million. But then when we look at the administrative or the non-medical expenses at the HSA, it was around 60 million per year. So in short, Madam Speaker, we're spending 60 million in administrative costs to collect 30 million of non-government money per year. That's 30 million. Over a 10-year period, that is 300 million. And the reason why I bring that up, Madam Speaker, if you look at the forecast that the government has for this year and also the years beyond, that output from non-government suppliers and that performance within SAGCs, this is the service that government buys from the statutory and government-owned companies, it is something that needs to be looked at. And I mean, you look at the actual numbers. I compared the 2023 forecast with what the approved budget is for this year. And even then, we can see that civil service salaries and supplies and consumables, the tools that they use to do their job, is actually coming in less than budget. But the areas that keep going over is as a result of the famous NGS 55, which in itself is a problem, because one of the best health care plans that you can have in this country is actually being indigent. But the problem is, Madam Speaker, being indigent is one of the things that takes from people dignity. And we talk about all the while of closing the dignity gap for our people. So, Madam Speaker, this is one of the things. And again, recognizing the population that we have and recognizing that we all have one body to live, we need to find ways in which to take care of it. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that jump out at me, and again, I'm speaking from memory, is when I compared SEMA's 2020 annual report, and then I look at Cineco's annual report for 2020, there were two things that jumped out at me. One, the total amount of domestic health insurance for that year was $284 million. Yep, $284 million, thereabouts, $286 million. Of that amount, Cineco was responsible for $102 million, and the private sector was responsible for another $184 million. Cineco at that time had 15,100 customers, and the private sector had 50,000 people. In short, Madam Speaker, we were spending $102 million in Cineco to insure 15,000 people, and the private sector was collecting $184 million to cover roughly 50,000 people. So it's either Cineco was paying too much, or the private sector is paying too little, or somewhere it is in the middle of all of that. But the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that we can't continue running a situation where we have privatized profits and socialized losses in this country, where the minute you retire from your job, and you get to work from 16 to 65, 49 years of your life, and pay private sector health insurance, and the one time in which you actually need health insurance within your golden years, you don't have to go to Cineco. Then you have a chic plan that is basically inadequate for your needs at that point. And what you find, Madam Speaker, is that in order for Cineco itself to remain regulatory compliant, in essence, they end up charging civil servants and civil service pensioners more. So in short, Madam Speaker, civil service and civil service pensioners are the ones that are actually subsidizing the retirees from the private sector. When you look at government costs every year, it keeps going up from that standpoint simply because we now have this imbalance where people coming in. And what we have done, Madam Speaker, we have made it mandatory for people to have insurance, but we didn't make it mandatory for them to sell it to people. And that is where the disconnect comes in. And that's one of the reasons why, Madam Speaker, we have pushed for the expansion of Synico, is for Synico to go into other areas where they actually make profit to kind of subsidize or lessen the burden on the healthcare side. Because the whole idea about insurance, Madam Speaker, is to spread risk. So again, Madam Speaker, I say this to say that these are the structural changes that we need to make in order to really future-proof Cayman. It can't be a situation where we continue business as usual. It does not work. And that's the reality. Madam Speaker, I noticed within the SPS, the government was showing GDP growth, and the government was also showing growth in tourism and everything else. But there was a number that also kind of took me a little bit off, was the growth in unemployment. I mean, we had roughly the last time we measured was 2.1%. So I'm trying to, again, figure out, and I hope the Premier can deal with this, and the Minister of Finance and Economic Development on his closing, that you have a growing economy where you have GDP growth, but you also have growth in unemployment. So I'm trying to figure out where or how that, because normally a growing economy means that you're creating more jobs. So I just wanted to kind of get a better explanation or understanding as to why do we expect the unemployment rate to go up at this time? You know what I mean? There could be a different reason for it, but I would like to get that at least response during closing up, just for it to make some sense to me. I'm sure there'll probably be a legitimate reason for it, but on the surface of it, and again, as I said, we only got this information today. It's a lot of information to digest, and as such, we probably will end up having more questions than we do with answers. So, I mean, that's fine. But, Madam Speaker, one of the things that we also do have to recognize, and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition touched on it, is the issue of underemployment. That, Madam Speaker, has been one of the biggest issues. Now, I don't need to go into that too deep, because I have a motion coming up in terms of the Fair Employment Commission. And again, I can't take credit for it. It was something that the previous Minister of Labour before me, the Honourable Member for Red Bay, Sir Alden, had brought. And Madam Speaker, the reason why that is necessary is that we need to have an honest conversation about what is going on within the Cayman private sector workplace, why we believe that such an initiative is necessary. Madam Speaker, we have heard countless criticism of the shortcomings and the weaknesses of our education system. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, a lot of that is unfounded and unnecessary. People use that or don't say something bad about our education system because they just want an excuse in some cases to not hire Caymanians. Madam Speaker, the reason that has become an issue is you say the Cayman education system is X, okay, we hear you, but guess what, Madam Speaker? When our own Caymanian students come back from universities in North America and Europe, they still can't get a job. Is it a situation now that the education system in North America and Europe is also inadequate, why many of our college students come back can't get these meaningful jobs? And you see, Madam Speaker, this is one of the reasons why we need to have this conversation, because we are a service-based economy. Our people depend on selling their services in order to feed their families. And if we are denying them the ability to make a fair day's pay for a fair day's work based on their qualification, based on what it is that they can do, then how are we, in essence, helping our people? And why this is important, Madam Speaker, the pension that we charge is a percentage of their output, a percentage of their productivity. If we allow a Caymanian to be underpaid 10, 15, 20, 30 years in the workplace, do you know what that does to their pension when you have a contribution rate that is already inadequate? And then on top of that, Madam Speaker, you also have a situation where we can see from the census that there is a gap in terms of pay from a gender standpoint. And what we have found, Madam Speaker, is that women actually live longer than men. So if women are underpaid and living longer, you see where we're going in terms of their own longevity, in terms of their own ability to retire. We've just seen what has happened in France, Madam Speaker, where now the government was looking to move the retirement age, and it was pandemonium over there. You know, so these, again, Madam Speaker, are conversations, while uncomfortable, are conversations we need to have. Simply put, Madam Speaker, the days of business as usual is over. We need to have our own CH Commission. We need to have our own honest conversation. We need to look back and ask ourselves, I can tell you right now in Bermuda, there are a lot of young people in Bermuda that refuse to go back to Bermuda. Instead, they have basically take domicile in the Carolinas. At one time, I heard that there were more young Bermudans in the Carolinas than you had in Bermuda. Why? They said they're not going back home to all of that debt. They're not going back home to all of that stuff that's waiting on them. We need to sit down now. Migration is one of the things that we looked at in the census as to why people are leaving Cayman. How many young kids do we have that have basically sit back and the parents say to them, when you finish school, don't come home? You take one, then one become two, two become four, and all of a sudden you're in the hundreds, in the thousands. This is future productivity. Bearing in mind, Madam Speaker, we do not have a direct tax base. We have a system that I think works well in terms of not going through and taxing direct. I do not support direct taxation. But at some point, Madam Speaker, if we don't lay the foundation from now, and the member from West Bay West will tell you, let's have the conversation that every time we have a finance problem and the UK government get involved, the first thing out of their mouth is direct taxation. This is a thing that we can't ignore. And Madam Speaker, when I see the ratios get as close as we are to the win, 9.9%, as opposed to 10%, if your revenues are off, you're over. If you, of course, assuming that you spend the same amount of money. You know, you look at your cash days, again, one major disaster, you're over, assuming you don't cut something else. But, Madam Speaker, this is what the conversation needs to be. How do we sit down and put a structure in place? And, Madam Speaker, it's not going to be overnight. It has got to be something gradual. We all recognize, Madam Speaker, that the minimum wage needs to go up. And I said to the committee at the time when we were spreading it, whatever the number you think it should be, let it be. The government of the day can decide how you want to implement it. If they say $10, you don't move from $6 to $10 overnight. You can say, okay, every 9 months you may add on $1.50 or something, and you brace people in terms of, for them, or employers, to take aim to say, well, this we know is coming. But either way, Madam Speaker, it is one of the things, again, I said, we need to have an honest, uncomfortable conversation. We have reached a point right now, Madam Speaker. Expenses in this country, based on this document, is going to pass $1 billion in central government. In 2019, it was $701 million. COVID stretched it to $978 million. And the goal, Madam Speaker, is we need to get expenses in this country below the $900 million mark. And when you look at it and you recognize, when you take out certain of the fixed costs, a lot of that is basically supporting to our people. And this is why we need to have that conversation with regards to healthcare. Because NGS 55, every government knows it. It's a problem. But just throwing money at it can't be the situation. And these, Madam Speaker, are the conversations we're going to need to have. Now, Madam Speaker, I promised my wife I was going to be nice. Actually, she asked me to be nice. And I had something nice to say about our former governor, Mr. Roper. But you know what, Madam Speaker? I'm going to leave him alone, and I'm going to tell you why. When I sat down and I thought about it, I was actually going to read out the email exchange between he and I. I was pulling it up on the computer. I came across a story, and you probably would have heard about this man in the Bible, whose name was Jesus. And one of his disciples came to him and brought a blind man. And Jesus asked the man, how do you see people? He says, I see them as trees. No. Jesus knew the man wasn't seeing right, so he took a little spittle, rubbing the man's eyes, and asked him, how do you see people now? To which the man replied, I see them as they are. Madam Speaker, I say that to say, and I'll leave this old Caribbean saying, see me and come live with me is two different things. And that's all I will say in that regard. I will say no more. No, I'll just leave it at that. But, Madam Speaker, I honestly, and I want to say this to everybody in this house and to the listening public, I want them to pray for this government. I want them to pray that this government do a very good job. Because, Madam Speaker, the truth of the fact is we cannot afford for this government or any government to fail. If this government fails, the country fails. They're going to need help. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about that. And I can tell you, I can't get up and have anything bad to say about the government because I have worked very closely with many of the members over there. And I can tell you, my good friend from West Bay North, he loves his kids, he loves the youths, and he's a fighter, Madam Speaker. I can say the same thing about my good friend from Georgetown Central, Kenneth. I love Kenneth to death. I have probably spent a lot of time down in the trenches with Kenneth. And I say that to say, Madam Speaker, and I said this at his platform the night when I introduced him. I remember that February 28 article in the Cayman Compass, where it said over 10,600 work permit deferred over the past 10 months. Something to that effect. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, I remember the pressures that was coming to bear from all around. I remember leaving that caucus meeting that night, Madam Speaker, and I was so upset. I removed myself from the caucus chat. I was that upset. And the two members that really stood out to me that night, that I'll never forget, is a member for West Bay North, my good friend Bernard Bush, and the member for Georgetown Central, Kenneth Bryan. And Madam Speaker, when we look at a Caymanian unemployment rate of 2.1% today, those things do not happen by accident. Because, Madam Speaker, we took the approach, at least I would say, I took the approach back then as the Minister of Labour, recognizing that we had over 3,000 Caymanians at the time on stipend, that if we push work permits through, and then the economy opens up, and those jobs are occupied or taken, what work will our people have? And much to many people who were ticked off in the business community and everything else, it was a problem. And I remember a couple of business people coming to me and raising the issue, and I'm like, guys, hold up. I'm the Minister of Labour. I work for the employees. There's a Minister of Commerce. You need to go talk to him. That's not my job. And I'm doing that job. I worry about the employees. And Madam Speaker, it turned out that was one of the best decisions that we actually made, despite the challenges and everything else. Because had we not do that, we can't get up today and talk about having a 3.6% unemployment Caymanian rate if we had given away their jobs during that time. And the truth of the fact is, Madam Speaker, we saw it in the US, elsewhere, when the stipend was more than what minimum wage was, there was no incentive for anybody to go back. So as a result, that line had to be taken. And I'm forever in the debt of Kenneth and Bernie in that regard for standing firm. Madam Speaker, unemployment is an issue in this country. Many parents have mortgaged their homes, have taken out loans to send their kids off to school to come back to get a better job. And the kids are not having that better job. And Madam Speaker, we're running the risk of finding ourselves in a situation where the next generation will not do as well as their parents. One of the things, Madam Speaker, that have made Cayman unique, and I am one of them who do believe in Cayman exceptionalism, is that our success was never about income inequality. It has always been about income mobility. The ability of our people to work hard, be committed, be dedicated, and get their opportunity. Thus, I've said over and over again, our goal is not to guarantee equal outcome, but rather to guarantee equal opportunity. And that is what has made Cayman different. I look at my own family, Madam Speaker. God bless my grandmother when she arrived here in the 1940s, landed in Cayman Brac. Raised 10 kids, and only one of them had an opportunity during his working time to go to university, and that was my Uncle George McCarthy. While my mother and a couple of my aunts have gone back since and have gotten their degree after they have retired. During their working life, I could probably say only my Uncle George was really given that opportunity to see where education could have taken him, of receiving a college education. I look at my own cousins or my grandmother, grandchildren. Going from 1 of 10, I think we are probably close to 20 of our grandchildren that are college educated. And I can safely say, by the time we look at our great-grandchildren, about every one of them are going to be college educated. They're going to receive that education, about 100% of them. But the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, to move from 10% to 50% to 100%, that is what the Cayman story is. It's about income mobility. It's about giving people opportunities. And Madam Speaker, I've had a lot of time of late to reflect. And every March, April, thereabouts, I go through a period of deep reflection. Because back in 2006, in March, April, thereabouts, I actually thought it would have been my last time on this earth. I remember clearly, Madam Speaker, I'm getting up, going to work, and I woke up in the Georgetown Hospital. I was basically sent home, misdiagnosed, but sent home. And the former member for Northside, Ezra Miller, came to visit me one Monday. I'll never forget it. Came visit me at home. Drove to Shawnette workplace, and I said, Shawnette, Chris need to go to Cleveland Clinic, pack his bags. We float that same Monday evening. Tuesday morning, I was at Cleveland Clinic. They told me I couldn't see a doctor until Thursday. Madam Speaker, Ezra being Ezra, pulled out his phone right there in Cleveland Clinic and dialed 911. And they sent the ambulance from one side of the hospital to the next side of the hospital to come pick me up. And Ezra said, I bet you see a doctor today. By Thursday, I had my first procedure. By Friday, I tried to have surgery. But Madam Speaker, during that period of time, I made the mistake of Googling my sickness and look at the mortality rate, how high it was. I sat down and said to me, it took me about 2 hours. It dawned on me I was actually going to die. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do my family a favor. I'm going to just write my obituary for them and save them the trouble. Because I did 8 years of school in Kingston, which they would not have been able to relate to. And I did 4 years of school in New York, which they would not have been able to relate to. So that's 12 years of my life that nobody would have been able to tell a story about. So I decided to write the obituary. And Madam Speaker, it is when I reached my relationship with my mother and my relationship with God, my disposition started to change. At that point, I said, you know what? I'm the only boy of Rose's 5 children. God ain't going to do this to Rose. I'm going to pull through. But at that point, Madam Speaker, when I was writing my obituary, I honestly did not like what I was writing about myself. At that time, I would have considered myself a corporate animal. and I received an education that was paid for by the people of the Cayman Islands. And truthfully, Madam Speaker, I realized that then and there, I did not give back the Caymanian people their value in terms of what I should have given them back. And that's what made my decision coming out of that to get a little bit more involved in politics. And my good friend here from West Bay West at the time was always encouraging. West Bay North was always encouraging and so forth. And that's how I kind of really decided to go more. I mean, it was one thing you're going out, you're writing speeches for Bernie and so forth, and helping them go through different stuff and so forth. But I wasn't as committed as I should have been. And that was when I decided I need to start doing more to give back. Madam Speaker, despite the challenges we have here in the Cayman Islands, this is still one of the best places to live and work on this planet. We're not going to get everything right. That's just life. But Madam Speaker, it does not take away from the fact that we still can do well here, given the right tools. And what it is that I would like to see between now as we drill into the spending for the government is how do we truly future-proof this country? How do we have that honest conversation? It's one thing to put the money into education, but we also need to make sure we put the money to make sure our kids get the jobs and education. The two has to go together. And Madam Speaker, whether you want to accept it or not, there are players in our market that do not want to give our people opportunities in this country. And that is something that needs to be dealt with. And sometimes, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, because we live in a small community, we are afraid to step on toes, because these are people that we see and we pass. And Madam Speaker, I will use one recent example. As I said to people, and everybody knows already, like I said, looking at the former governor. He's gone, come through like a whirlwind, do all of this stuff, press conference, everything. He's gone, but we are still here. And the only people that we can build this country on are the people that are still going to be here. About 2 months ago, I had a conversation. A friend of mine was in town visiting and invited me over, and I met met their friends. Nice professional group. And they sat down and they started complaining about, not being given an opportunity much doing Cayman or to do this, do that, and there were a lot more that they can contribute, and we need to find ways of dealing with them more. And they said to me, Chris, what it is that we can do to do more or whatever, because we want this, we want that. And I said to them, what I'm about to say, you may not like. And I know what I'm about to say, many people may not like. But Madam Speaker, if we start in this house of trying to be politically correct and don't want to have the honest conversation with people, then it's a problem. And what I said to them, Madam Speaker, was this. All of them there were professionals. They were educated by the government of their country. And I said to them, you left the land of your birth. Come here. And even though the land of your birth invested in you, you came here to make money. You really and truly expect us to say you wouldn't deal with the land of your birth, but you won't come here and help us? And that naive. You need to do more and show me by your deeds that you want to be a part of this community. I say that to say, Madam Speaker, the secret of our success was never immigration. The secret of our success was integration. People coming here and being a part of the fabric of our community. And Madam Speaker, there's nothing that brings people together more than food and music and culture. And I'm glad to see that there is a whole section inside here that deals with Caymanian culture and identity. But equally, Madam Speaker, again, I'll wait to see, they say the devil's in the details, the money that we're going to put together to bring our community together, to bring our people together. Because we just can't expect that somebody's going to come off of the plane and say, okay, I'm in the Cayman Islands now, all of a sudden, Conk is going to do it for me, or Turtle is going to do it for me. It don't work like that. And you see, Madam Speaker, one of the advantages that I have, having now represented people of Bordentown West, is I remember back in 2000, going door to door to many of those homes and speaking to a lot of those people. And in the mindset, Madam Speaker, not just Bordentown West, Bordentown as a whole, the mindset was, if Cayman don't want me, I can go back home. Because they still got a home wherever they were coming from. But they're still Caymanians in our eyes. I go back 13 years later. I go back 17 years later. They have changed. Their viewpoint have changed. Why is that, Madam Speaker? They now have children. Their children know no other home but Cayman. And all of us inside there who are parents will know that when it comes on to our children, it comes on to our family, it changes the landscape. It changes how we look at things. It changes how we deal with things. And I can say to you right now that we do have a lot of people in this country that are committed, that are here to make a difference. And we also need to find a way in which to integrate more of them within our community. Because a lot of people out there, Madam Speaker, want to help. There are some, I will forever sit down and say economic refugees, but there are some people who have genuinely come here and have made a difference. I can tell you, not to just pick out any one person, but the chair of Cayman Airways Board, Dr. John Paul Clark. I mean, he and I went to the same high school together in Kingston. He's married to Caymanian, 2 lovely kids, genius, his wife is a genius, MIT graduate, he's on NASA subcommittee. This man's resume is just through the roof. And at no point, Madam Speaker, I can say to you that I've ever called on him and many others to say, can you help so-and-so, or can you help with this or that? And they do that free of cost, everything else. So I say that to say, Madam Speaker, is that we need to make sure that while it may be working to some extent, that we need to put a little bit more emphasis, a little bit more effort behind that to create that one Cayman. Because, Madam Speaker, I can say to you right now, it's one thing to get up and talk about having all of these different nationalities in Cayman. But until we set aside and deliberately go out to try to get everybody as one Cayman, we're going to have a problem. And the Bible talks about us being divided. Because the reason I say this, Madam Speaker, we're already seeing that there are places Caymanians will go and will say to you now, in their own country, they feel unwelcome. We start seeing the gated communities popping up. We start seeing where you can't go here, you can't go there, and if you do go there, people look at you sideways like, what are you doing here? And Madam Speaker, that in itself is a recipe that if we don't address that, we don't tackle it, then it's going to be a problem. Madam Speaker, I tease my own wife. July come will be 24 years married. Although she probably says she married me at birth, I don't want to put her age out there. But I always tease her that she has spent more of her life in Cayman, far more, than she did in the land of her birth. And there's a time, Madam Speaker, that my own wife would be very, okay, I'll trust Chris with this, Chris with that. But now she got 3 kids. And I can tell you, if you think that nobody don't sit down and ask me more questions about Cayman politics and what's going on and more in tune than anything, it is Shawnette. Because, again, now, she got 3 kids, and she needs to make sure that there are jobs waiting for her 3 kids and everything else, and jobs waiting for other kids coming back. But you see, Madam Speaker, again, we need to sit down and recognize that we have a country to build. We have been lucky. We have been blessed. But what we can't afford to do is take it for granted. And Madam Speaker, when I go through and I look at the different initiatives in the SPS, and I look at broad outcome number 1, and look at the specific outcomes, I look at the number of projects. The accountant in me directly said, looking at page 13, the number of projects, that adds up to 64. I look over at broad outcome number 2, enhance competitive while meeting international standard. The number of projects add up to 32. I look at broad outcome number 3, future-proof to increase resiliency. Those projects add up to 58, Madam Speaker. I look at broad outcome number 4, modernize government to improve public sector performance. The number of projects adds up to 47. And in broad outcome number 5, protect and promote Caymanian culture, heritage, and identity. That adds up to 18. All of those projects added up, Madam Speaker, is 219 projects. Madam Speaker, I said this to Sir Alden, and I'm not afraid to say it publicly, because I said it to him when I was part of the government. I said, call him up. It was December, I think it was, to wish him all the best. And I said to him, as much as I hate to say it, but I have a certain appreciation for you now than I never had before. And if I'd known what I've known, I would never give you so much trouble when I was in opposition. But then I also said to him, but then again, you should have communicated better too, that this is really what the landscape was like, and maybe I would have gone easier on you. You don't worry about that. It worked though. But the point I'm making is, Madam Speaker, is that when we did the first SPS, a lot of young people were eager, first time in government, and we listed a lot of stuff that we would have said that needed to be done, and we listed them out. And last night, as I was here preparing for the SPS, Madam Speaker, I went through the previous SPS that was presented to this Honourable Parliament 2 years ago, thereabouts. And I look at all the stuff that was done and all the stuff that wasn't done. And I realized back then, knowing what I know now, it was overly ambitious. And as I look at, and I can honestly say we were warned, and I look at these number of projects now, and seeing 219 projects, I can honestly say this is overly ambitious. But again, when you have, at the end of February, 4,514 people in central government, maybe it is doable. I don't know. And again, I'll wait on the budget to get a more specific outlay of what these 219 projects are. You know what I mean? But that's one of the things I want to say to my former colleagues is that be a little bit careful in terms of this overcommitment, because this now is an election year SPS, and it's going to be an election year budget. And come 2024, what you don't get done, the mantra is going to be, well, next year's election year, so I'm out of luck. And once you've committed to it, then it creates fodder for you on the campaign trail. But I will say this, Madam Speaker, when you do look at what it is that we are supposed to do as a government, which in terms of managing the economy and everything else, it goes back to the point that I made earlier. It still takes cash to care. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that, going back again to that honest, uncomfortable conversation that we need to have is this. If you understand part of what has made Cayman unique, it has been the fact that we were actually able to develop organically, develop the right way, unlike many of our other Caribbean neighbors. That's the reason I used to always correct people when they say, well, we're doing this because our competitors are doing that. Madam Speaker, in this region, we have no competitors. And I will explain to you why. The natural order, the natural development of any country is primarily come down to three things. First, people come together as a community. And it could be through religious purposes, it could be geographic purposes, it could be language, it could be many different things. But they come together as a community. Then, Madam Speaker, they start trading amongst themselves. In doing so, they create an economy. And as a community grows and the economy grows, they create a political system. But the natural order is community, economy, political. We were able to develop like that. Our other Caribbean neighbors, most of them, Madam Speaker, did not have that luxury. And the reason being, they were exploited for economic purposes. So their economy came first. Then their system, they put in a political system to make sure that the economy needs of the economy was met. And then the last thing that anyone cared about was the community of slaves. So in most of the places, whether it be Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, the natural order for those countries was economy, political, community. And we have seen now, Madam Speaker, in many countries around the world, where everybody knows trying to get back to community. I can even say, I have said many times publicly, I love the fact that the Premier came up with his tagline, community creates country, because that's exactly what it comes down to. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, saying it doesn't bring it into being, it still requires a lot of different actions. And what I'm saying is that when we talk about a time when Caymanian used to be together, was when we were all struggling together, was when we were all trying to make a better Cayman. But now as a lot of people start coming in and people start bringing in their own everything else, that is part of the Caymanian magic, part of the Caymanian gift, the way you want to look at it, that made us unique. But we cannot lose sight of the fact that we need to go back or remain true to the foundation where our people must come first, where a lot of stuff has to be done at the community level. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you, I myself is guilty of it sometimes. I have the second largest constituent, and I can barely keep up with WhatsApp messages. I can barely keep up with phone calls. I can barely keep up with many things. And what has made politicking now more challenging is you look at other countries, the United States, other Caribbean countries, no one expects to see their MP. No one expects to see their governor, their congressman. They don't see them. Here, people expect you to show up for dinner. People expect you sometimes to sit down and recognize you got your own family, got a lot of different things to balance. But that in itself is, we're trying our best to maintain that, maintain a life, and at the same time run a country. It is not very easy, Madam Speaker. And this is why I tell people I try to do my best to use technology, and I've been blessed that I have a very understanding community that will understand that, you may not get Chris, but I will call you back eventually. But this, Madam Speaker, I used to have people who sit down and tell me, well, when Jim Borden was there, I could always get him. I said, actually, no, darling. You had to call him on either his house phone or his work phone, and when he got home, when we got to work, he got the message and he called you back. Today, we have constituencies. My constituency alone, Madam Speaker, is larger than the entire Borden town at the time. Just 1 year Borden town was larger than the old Borden town at one point. This is what it has come down. This is what it has come to. And I say that to say, Madam Speaker, to the public, is you have got to find a way to engage your representative also. My telephone numbers remain the same, 345-926-2804. That 2804 comes from my son, Brandon, 28th of April birthday. By the way, his birthday is coming up, so I need to go get him something. Thanks for me saying that. But the point I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that our people need to reach out to their representative and tell us what's on your mind. And equally, Madam Speaker, we have also got to have that thick skin to be able to take them licks and to take them criticism and everything else, because this is what we sign up for as public figures. So, Madam Speaker, as I said before, I genuinely wish the government well. And whatever it is that I can do to help, I will help. Because at the end of the day, if they fail, the entire country fail. And I want to close on one thing, Madam Speaker. And people may not want to say it, but I'm going to say it. And to not say it, I wouldn't be true to myself. The biggest challenge that is facing this country and the future of this country is bad mind. Madam Speaker, we have got to learn to be happy for other people. We have got to learn to help other people. I remember there's a situation where I had someone call me up and they had an event coming up on a Friday. They come on a Wednesday night. And he said, Mr. Saunders, I have an event coming up. I haven't heard anything yet about my work permits. And I have a place booked. I got tickets sold. If I don't get this, I'm going to be salt. In a nutshell. I remember the same Wednesday night. I said, send me a message, send me the date of birth, the usual stuff. Forward it on. And I asked some people to look at it. Next morning, I reached out. I asked them, do you get a chance to look at this for me? First response, Madam Speaker, I'll never forget it. Do you know how much money you make from these events? And I sit down and say, what? How much money he makes from these events? He came on and he got business, he got trade and business license. Why you care how much money he makes from this event? He's Caymanian. Madam Speaker, we sit down in this country and we mind people business too much. Madam Speaker, we have reached a point right now, and we have seen it, where people are getting elected in advanced countries around the world by sending out tweets. 160 characters, tweets. Madam Speaker, do you honestly believe, Madam Speaker, that you could sit down, and even this document, Madam Speaker, that amount of words in it, doesn't even touch every single thing in this country? Do you think you can sit down and manage a country based on tweets? Do you think you can sit down and manage a country based on a 1 minute, 2 minute video? We can't do that, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to say to the public, demand more from your representatives, but also demand more from yourself. Because when people come to me and say, well, the government needs to do this and the government needs to do that, the first thing I say to them, Madam Speaker, is this. Well, you're the government. You're the people. Okay, so the people should do this. So the question is, why are you not doing it? And the reason I say that, Madam Speaker, is that if we don't change the mindset in this country of being able to be happy for people and help for people, we're going to end up like that Italian immigrant when he found out the streets in America weren't paved with gold. The streets in America weren't paved at all. And the person that expected him to pave it was him. Madam Speaker, our job here is to create opportunities for our people, equal opportunities for our people, not equal outcome. And too many people is messing with other people and getting other people business that they don't need to be getting into. And until we fix that, Madam Speaker, this country will not realize its full potential. Madam Speaker, we are blessed and highly favored. And the only people who can destroy the Cayman Islands is the Caymanian people. I wish everybody in this parliament all the best. I genuinely do. There's a time to campaign, and there's a time to govern. The time to govern is now. Campaigning will come. Upmanship and one-manship and all that, it will come. But for right now, our people are hurting. Inflation is killing our people. And we need to future-proof this country by start putting in things to help our people. We can no longer sit down and depend on any external factors or anybody other Cayman to help Cayman. You see it? The governor with their praise, he gone. The next year we're going to come from. Only going to be our people. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I will end my contribution. And I wish everybody in this house all the best. And whatever I can do to help, I have an education that was paid for by the people of the Cayman Islands. And anybody who wants the knowledge, I'll be more than happy to share it with them. But equally too, Madam Speaker, this is still a house of politics. And if anybody inside I want to play politics, I can play it too. Because if there's one thing I do have on my hands now, it is time. So, Madam Speaker, with that said, I have no ill will toward anyone. I want to thank my wife. They're going to resort to my Easter speech that I wrote, and I can tell that was fire and brimstone. And I want to thank my daughter and my 2 sons. I know Brandon is watching, he always watches. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, in this business, more than anything, I am happy that I have the support system that I have around me to keep me grounded. I am blessed for that. This red tie that I wear was the last present my father gave me before he passed. And I don't want anybody to think it's because I think even though I got teased that I wear the right colors today. But Madam Speaker, I am the only person left, or rather the next Saunders man to go. There's 7 of us growing up, and Daddy is gone and just me. And I told him when he was leaving, go sleep, I'll take care of his woman, which is my 4 sisters and his wife. And I've tried my best to do as much as I can. I have 2 sons left to carry on the Saunders name, and I'm going to be defending that like crazy. So there's a building next door there, Madam Speaker, that I'll be spending some time in very soon. Because I can tell you right now, there's something I wanted to touch on, and I'll just leave it for that. Because there are other people that I'll pay to deal with that. But there are elements in this country that if we don't deal with it, will destroy this country. And we're not going to stop till we destroy this country from within. That's the only way we can do that. Understand me? So I want to thank everyone inside here, because they have had influence on me one way or the other. And as I said publicly already, I told Sir Alden, I watch him the most. I studied him. I can tell he's a student of political science. He's a very good representative in terms of understanding parliamentary rules. And understand, you say he may not be running again, although I don't believe him, but that's fine. But I want the public to thank him. And the reason why I bring that up, Madam Speaker, one of my first contributions when I first got into this House was actually dealing with the government SPS at the time. And we got a good political lesson that night from the then Premier. And it's a lesson I've never forgotten. So I want to thank him for that lesson, because he gave me a very wake-up call very quickly. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is that when this government was formed, regardless of how it was formed, that member from Red Bay was one of the first ones to say to me also, Chris, if you need any advice on anything, pick up the phone and call me, because I need for you guys to succeed. And that says something about him. And it's one thing where people believe that politicians, and we argue, we war, and we this and we that and whatever. It's important that people recognize that regardless of our political differences, there's still respect inside here. Democracy itself, after all, Madam Speaker, recognizes that there will be divisions, disagreements, discord, dissent. But what it says is that we have debate, dialogue, discussion, and we find consensus. Where our politics have gone sideways is that we want consensus without a debate. We want consensus without disagreement. And that is not the way to build any country. So I want to thank everyone. I wish them all the best. And good luck with guys putting the numbers together. But the fun will be coming, because I'm open when the budget comes. The numbers that are here can't be sailing this close to the wind. 90.1 days of cash days can't work. 9.9% debt service ratio can't work. You are literally mortgaging the future of this country for one major project. And my friends, I will say this much. You're worried about the dump. I am worried about people being afford to even buy things to put in the dump. Because right now, a lot of people can't afford the very waste that you think we're going to have, because a lot of people still can't afford to live here, whether they want to accept it or not. So I know this is just a government outline. There's a lot more meat to be added to it, but I expect at the end of the day, it comes with a solid priority of what we can get done. 219 projects is not going to get done. I can tell anybody that. So Thank you all. I wish you all good luck and all the best.
Members, we have now reached the hour of 6:15, and the meal that has been prepared for you is here, so I think this is a good time for us to take a suspension. We'll resume at 7 p.m.